worth compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki-takiki-takita. 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 Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars in light. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for the next series?
Berada pun akan dilenyapkan sekarang.
Walaupun mereka masih lagi di hadapan Crystal.
So today's match against LGD, obviously everyone knows that this is the team to beat. My mindset is always to try to be the best, and I do that to my players. And if I want to be the best, I have to beat the best.
Pensamento sobre a LGD, a gente não jogou contra eles ainda, mas a gente sabe pelos jogos que eles vêm fazendo no campeonato, é um time muito forte. E eu espero um confronto bem difícil contra eles.
Actually, Love give us so much surprise because they can beat Impunity like 3-0. This is unexpected, so we will pay more attention about this team.
我觉得我们要非常注意他们的打野，因为这个打野很猛。
会比较多偷他的野怪，防止他发育起来。
Loops 这个战队我听都没听过，我希望明天可以让我见识一下你们什么实力。
Eu acho que eles vão enfrentar o adversário mais difícil que eles vão enfrentar no campeonato vai ser a gente, então é melhor eles tomar cuidado com a gente.
Beberapa loncatan berlaku dan itu dia tinggal City Boy. Kemenangan untuk tim Secret. Imoki Stars mencari yang terakhir. Seiko juga terjatuh.
I think that Team Secret is a completely different story because they seem to have a very versatile play style. So I think it's going to be a very tough match.
VKS 让我们看看你们 SC 冠军的实力到底在哪里，有没有水分？
每个进到4强的都是强队，而且他们也是8C第一，我们当然是非常希望在4强撞到他们。
jogador da Team Secret que a gente tem que ficar meio atento é o Long. As rotações dele early game, ele pareceu um cara bem inteligente no mapa. Então vai ser um adendo a mais pra mim e um confronto bem interessante de se jogar.
他们的打野丹尼是他们整队的灵魂，针对他的话，基本上他们的队伍应该是报废了58%吧。
很遗憾你们来到半决赛对到我们，只觉得你们晋级决赛的希望不是很大。E a gente vai provar que eles são apenas a sombra da LGD na Malásia.
Team Secret vocês serão próximos.
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? That's enough! thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but
I'm born
me!
this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H-E-R-O, doing it for real, I found my dog. From the ashes, I roll the game. Drill with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Knock me down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up peace, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. I got you. Another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Ain't got a champion sitting in the cry. Oh, calling out for the game. There's no time. Oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing a song about it? I've been right.
This is my story. A story of honor. A story of bravery. A story of heroes.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your controls settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on show enemy avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
All I need is a target.
Lane stealers only bring frustration to a team. The team will be at a disadvantage and players will not enjoy the match. We are also players, and we know the problem doesn't lie with the good players. Therefore, based on feedback, we created the lane pre-pick system. Players will choose the lanes they want to play before looking for a match. The system will take these preferences into account and find suitable matches so that everyone can enjoy the game. To combat lane stealers, everyone has a chance to create a better gaming environment by reporting them and making the Gorge a better place. With this system, finding a balanced team is no longer a problem, but a practice in innovation.
Honor of Kings is the world's most played mobile MOBA, featuring intense and fair team-based battles, high-end graphics, a deep roster of diverse heroes, and a variety of gameplay modes, all combining to offer players an innovative mobile gaming experience.
One of our main goals is to develop Honor of Kings for a global audience. To achieve this, we continue to add localized content to the game, such as collaborating with popular franchises to bring new regionally inspired heroes, skins, in-game events, and more to our worldwide community.
While we are members of the development team, we are also gamers, meaning we want games that foster a fair, competitive environment and reward players based on their skill. This is also our North Star when it comes to developing Honor of Kings, ensuring that the game's mechanics, heroes, equipment, and more are well balanced. The game has been designed from the ground up with a mindset that all elements that affect gameplay can be earned through effort and time spent, such as hero unlock and the Kena system. This core tenet ensures that Honor of Kings remains fair, competitive, and most of all, fun.
In addition to accessibility, we believe that a good PvP game needs to maintain friendly and fair matchmaking for players of all skill levels. This is why our team focuses on both game balance and matchmaking optimization. In fact, we review the community's gameplay data every 2 weeks to help us determine how best to balance the hero roster's skills and stats. It's like adjusting a precision clock to make sure everyone experiences the competitive fun of each match.
Maintaining a safe, competitive environment makes for a healthier Honor of Kings community, where players can meet friendly teammates and respectful opponents in every session. Our team is passionate about ensuring that players can cooperate effectively in each battle. With a feature like map lane pre-selection, a reward system for positive play, the ability to report bad actor mid-match, and an easy-to-use Crown Wheel interface, all designed to foster safe, cooperative matches based on good sportsmanship.
We also want Honor of Kings to be a platform where players from all over the world can realize their dreams of high-level competitive gameplay. Alliances, leaderboards, and other social features allow our challengers to meet like-minded friends and show off their skills. Meanwhile, our partner program and its incentives allow content creators to stand out and become rising stars in Honor of Kings. The esports ecosystem provides a global stage for all professional esports players to compete. These systems combine to form the game's ecosystem, building a stage for players from all over the world to shine. This is what Honor of Kings means to us.
We look forward to meeting you in Heroes Dark
as we come together as one strong, competitive, and awesome community.
Welcome to Honor of Kings.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you choose a long-range marksman to take down enemies in the distance, only to find the enemies constantly staying at the edge of your attack range. When you enthusiastically pick a high-burst mage, planning to crush the opponents, but the enemies keep sneaking outside your vision. The professional players have long been using the small tricks in their settings for smooth operations. Let's take a look at how the pros set up their game. Change the setting from fixed camera to camera shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that professional players are using. Play like a pro to dominate the enemy team effortlessly. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Menara dapur akan dilenyapkan sekali. Walaupun mereka masih lagi di hadapan Crystal.
So today's match against LGD, obviously everyone knows that this is the team to beat. My mindset is always to try to be the best, and I do that to my players. And if I want to be the best, I have to beat the best.
Nesse evento sobre a LGD, a gente não jogou contra eles ainda, mas a gente sabe pelos jogos que eles vêm fazendo no campeonato, é um time muito forte. E eu espero um confronto bem difícil contra eles.
Actually, Love give us so much surprise because they can beat Impunity like 3-0. This is unexpected, so we will pay more attention about this team.
我觉得我们要非常注意他们的打野，因为这个打野很猛。
会比较多偷他的野怪，防止他发育起来。
Loops 这个战队我听都没听过，我希望明天可以让我见识一下你们什么实力。
Eu acho que eles vão enfrentar o adversário mais difícil que eles vão enfrentar no campeonato vai ser a gente, então é melhor eles tomar cuidado com a gente.
Beberapa loncatan berlaku dan itu dia tinggal City Boy. Kemenangan untuk tim Secret. Bimo Kistas mencari yang terakhir. Seiko juga terjatuh.
I
think that Team Secret is a completely different story because they seem to have a very versatile play style. So I think it's going to be a very tough match.
VKS 让我们看看你们 SC 冠军的实力到底在哪里，有没有水分。每个进到4强的都是强队，而且他们也是巴西第一，我们当然是非常希望在4强碰到他们。
jogador da Team Secret que a gente tem que ficar meio atento é o Long. As rotações dele early game, ele parece ser um cara bem inteligente no mapa. Então vai ser um adendo a mais pra mim e um confronto bem interessante de se jogar.
他们的打野丹尼是他们整队的灵魂，针对他的话，基本上他们的队伍应该是报废了58%吧。很遗憾你们来到半决赛对到我们，是觉得你们晋级决赛的希望不是很大。E a gente vai provar que eles são apenas a sombra da LGD na Malásia.
Team Secret, vocês serão próximos.
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliché. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one?
In this world, only ones in this sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're
with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that last to hold me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one.
Fight, and are they looking for a fight right now? Danny going in the lead.
Well, opened by Bang. Bang doing the open. Time damage from Danny as well. Taking up the windsheet as well. Niap is looking.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the semi-finals of the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational. Today, you have myself, Blam, and with me for the next 2 days is Mr. Kin Do-Fu. How are we feeling going into the semi-finals, Kin?
Yes, it's your favorite kind of tofu. I'm feeling great today. It's a very exciting day. We're gonna have a masterclass of matches, right? These teams have not been beaten down before, and for the first time since the group stages, we will see them beat each other up. I'm so excited.
Yes, I mean, there's gonna be... It cannot be like anything less than a 4 best-of-5, surely, in this semi-finals. But here we are. We do have our first sponsor of the tournament, so EWC, which is going on right now and is right around the corner for Honor of Kings, is one of our partnerships within the Season 2 Invitational. As you guys know, the top 8 teams have already qualified through to the EWC, going forward to the later part of this month, early part of August as well. So once again, big shout out to EWC for sponsoring the tournament.
Yeah, lovely. And of course, you will see us over in Riyadh or the kingdom itself. But that's not the only thing, right? There's one more thing we want you to pay attention to, and that's actually the Infinix GT20 Pro. Now, if you want to experience the game like the professional players on stage here at Sunway Velocity Mall, you can. All you have to do is to go to their website, click on the details, and find out how you can get your hands on the phone and experience the game like the professionals.
I mean, with the lack of technical difficulties, I can imagine that the phone itself can hold up to Honor of Kings. But again, it has been a fantastic device. We've seen those player cams. It seems to be a very smooth gameplay on it as well. So is it going to be smooth enough to keep up with the fiery fingers of the semi-finalists going through today? But we obviously had a new hero grace the Gorge as well on the 2nd of July, and Yao is now available. For those that haven't played Yao yet, Yao is a fighter jungler. Again, you can proc his passive with a enhanced ability after using 3 of your abilities. So again, I've been having a lot of fun with this hero, so definitely go and check him out. Play him in casual first, don't go into rank and flame your teammates.
Yes. So if you get it right, you will be able to run rings around the rosies, circles around your opponents. Hopefully that's what happens in your ranked games. And if you're facing against the Yao, I would hope that maybe they have not had enough practice yet. But who knows? It is all up to you in the Heroes Watch.
Yes, and I mean, it's all up to these semi-finalists today. Within that gorge, we have obviously the likes of LGD Gaming, Vivo Keystars, Loops, and Team Secret. A little bit of a coincidence that it is Brazil against Malaysia in the semi-finals. So me personally, I hope that it's going to continue that kind of route towards the finals. But either way, I don't think I'm going to be fussed if it is or isn't, because these four teams have shown time and time again why they're in the semi-finals at Season 2 Invitational.
Oh, for sure. Now it's about the guts, the pride, the glory as well. So we'll see who is able to one-up the opponent. Now, bear in mind, this is a best-of-5 series, so there are a lot of games to play. I do not expect any sweeps today. I think all of the teams are pretty much even, right? It really comes down to the strategy and the execution.
Yes, I think, like we were saying in the pre-production, Kin, if this is the point of the tournament, that if any of these teams try to have those hesitancies against their plays, it's really going to show in this semi-finals, and it's more than likely going to be the reason why you lose one of the games. But it is a best-of-5, so if these teams are good enough to go against each other and get a 3-0 sweep, I can't be mad at that either. But I do want to try and get a full best-of-5 today, because, hey, it's the semi-finals. This is where these kind of things are meant to come through. We want to see the best of the best, and we've only seen minor pocket picks come through throughout the entire of the Season 2 Invitational. We've mainly seen a lot of sort of hotly contested picks like the Zhongfei, like Jing, like Lady Sun as well, especially within these two teams that are going up next, which is LGD versus Loops. But is there anything in particular you'll be looking for going into this first matchup of the day?
Of course, but it's not just one thing. It's actually going to be each individual player in the lanes, one. But before we touch on that, let's take a look at the brackets itself. So it is going to be Loops going up against LGD of Malaysia in the first game of the day for our semi-finals, followed by another monster matchup, Team Secret going against Season 1 champions, Vivo Keystars.
Yeah, if anything in this one, I mean, I think both of these matchups are going to be huge. I don't think Loops are going to go down without swinging, but with that final matchup of the day, Vivo Keystars not only being Season 1 Invitational champions, they've been Choc BR champions of 23-24. I feel like there's a lot of pride on the line in that second game of the day. So here is today's matches in a little bit more of a closer look, and obviously time frames as well. So Loops against LGD Gaming and Team Secret against Vivo Keystars. And obviously just before we saw this one, I was just hyping up the Vivo Keystars there. They have a lot on the line, a lot of pride, a lot of accolades as well to be defending in this semi-finals, kid.
Yeah, but you can't count Team Secret out as well, right? They are a monster team. You have to keep your eyes on them as well. They are one of the two teams. Funnily enough, it's LGD Gaming as well as Team Secret that have pulled out the Fuzi combination with the Daqiao. And I don't think anyone has been able to kind of tackle that yet.
No, yeah, they have very much definitely struggled here, but this is a Loops up here, so ABH, Mithy, I'm not too sure why they're showing that there. That should be the Zhongfei. We have Jerry as well, Kanka in the mid lane, and then Tempest in the clash, as we saw in the quarterfinals matchups. Tempest was having phenomenal outplays, especially linked with ABH as well. Even though I weren't there to cast it, I was definitely watching it. I was getting super hyped for these players, but here they are coming through to the stage. This is Loop Esports. This is the first semi-finalist onto the stage of Season 2 Invitational.
Yep, I really like to see how the players walk out, because it shows you the state of mind they're in. And I can guarantee you, I think Loop's very, very ready for this game.
Absolutely. It's definitely going to be very interesting to see how they pair against LGD. There is Jimmy the jungler. We have Siang in the clash lane. JR the macro farm lane king We have Z as well in the roam, and then Museng King, the king of double kills, Kin. And then not to mention Ji Young as well in the mid lane. That is LGD. Let's see how these phenomenal players with 10 fingers that should not be feared, as their coach said in the day one opening, here they are walking through to the stage.
They always come out with this stoicism, right? They look so calm, so collected, ready to take the game nonetheless. And I think this is no different from yesterday. They were serious, committed to making a way to the grand final.
Yes, I mean, this is where they're going to start taking all those... Stop pulling the punches, really. I mean, have they really pulled any punches in the tournament is something that could be debated, Kin, because being the team with the quickest match of 7 minutes and 40 seconds, that to me sounds like a team that definitely hasn't pulled any punches all the way through the group stages into the knockouts, man.
Yeah, you know what? That's the difference between someone who has practiced one punch for 10,000 times and 10,000 things for one time, right? I think they are very powerful, and it might not be the strongest position they've had yet. Now let's take a look at Loop's going to be represented by the 5 players here, all familiar names in this Invitationals of Season 2, looking to put their name across LGD's lineup.
Yeah, no, like we've already highlighted, I think there's probably not been a match within the group stages to the knockouts now that none of these players have not shined. They've all really showed and tried and tested that they are here, and the reason why they're on this roster is the fact that all these are MVP worthy, and the outplay potential has been crazy from all of them. But here is their opponents, maybe their final opponents. I don't want to get too ahead of myself for Season 2 Invitational, but LGD Gaming here, we have seen them on the little teleprompt there with Siang, Musang King, Zhejiang, JR, and Zia in the Rome support lane. So again, this is LGD Malaysia, guys, and they are definitely representing with fire.
Right, let's take a look at the stats for the head-to-head now. 58% team fighting rate for the side of LGD, a little less aggressive compared to Loops, who likes to fight a little bit more at 67%. But it's cool that both teams have similar average kills. This is 13 to 12.9 for both of these teams, and as well going to be equalized on the average damage per minute. The only stark difference here is the first blood rate, so you can expect a higher level of aggression, which is kind of funny when you put them against LGD, who has been so dominant.
Yeah, I think LGD's early game is a little bit different to Loops's. So Loops you'll probably see going into this best of 5 with heavier rotations up into the clash lane or down to the farm lane. But you'll also see the LGD gaming really focus, especially their jungler, really focusing on getting as much farm as fast as possible and clean as possible. And you see it time and time again when LGD are in the matchup. You'd be like, what? Their opponents are ahead of kills. Their opponents have more turrets, but LGD are just sat comfortably behind. They're just like, yo, we got 3k gold ahead. We're all good, baby. Don't worry about it. And then they come back. So looking very fierce there, the Mayeen cosplay. Maybe we'll see Mayeen on the Gorge. We probably won't see Ying, however, but she is definitely a fantastic hero nonetheless.
Well, she was kind of aggressive. She actually hit one of the audience members there. So.
yeah. Assist. They got an assist there. They got an assisted kill onto the audience by the Ying. Clearly not being able to handle the staff. But yeah, this is going to be nothing short of a banger, Kin. I mean, what are we thinking for the draft? Are we thinking it's going to be a little bit of the same old song and dance, the things that got them through to this stage so far, or are we going to see some brighter pocket picks that we haven't seen yet? Because on both of these teams, we've seen a few pocket picks come through so far.
Well, I'm just gonna say, let's keep it simple first, right? Let's work with what has worked before. If it's not broken, don't change it, don't fix it. So I expect very similar drafts from their performance thus far in the competition, and maybe after that kind of feeling out your competition, and then we'll get to see the interesting picks from both ends.
Yes, but I don't think it'll be long before we actually find out now, because we are into the bans and picks of Game 1. So this is a best of 5. Those that are now tuning in at home, you have come in at the right time. This is Loops Esports against LGD Gaming. Obviously, Malaysian team, not to be mistaken with the Chinese team. But we have already on the board some very familiar bans here, Kin. We have the Chow, we have the Dolia, once again, keeping up her 100% appearance rate, baby. She's there to stay. But interesting, they go for Mithy's pig pick, which is the Zhongfei.
Yep, I like this because we actually spoke about this before the game. So they do identify that Mithy is a huge problem. But they release and open up the Mai, which is going to be snapped up immediately for Kang.
Oh, okay, yes, so Mai coming through for Kanka in the mid lane. Again, this is a hero that we were speaking about pre-production as well. Not quite up for the side of Loops, but more so for one of the other teams. But the Lady Shen, again, coming through very strong. One of the highest win rates compared to her appearance as well. So she has one of the higher appearance of the whole of Season 2 Invitational. And she has one of the highest win rates as well. I believe it's something like 76%, I believe it is.
Yeah, very high percentage for sure, right? And right off the bat, they're going to equalize the picks first. So you're going to have the Ma Yin and the Jing coming through for Loops. Likewise, we will have the Yu Huan joining the likes of Lady Sun and Lady Zhen as well. So there's a lot of iframes and huge bursts coming out from both ends, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that Jing coming through, I feel like when I was doing a lot of prep towards this game, that I feel like the Jing was going to be a highly contested pick, and Game 1's already kind of showing that is going to be the case with Jing coming through in Game 1. But what rhymes with Jing is Ming, and Ming gets banned on the side of Loops Esports. But interestingly enough, they do ban out the Diranger and the Ho Yi on the side of LGD. So Lady Sonata retaken. But we look over to the side of Loops. It's going to be really interesting to see what they go for in that farm lane, because those three... Actually, those 4, because Ali banned very much towards the beginning part of the banning phase, Kin. It really slows down and shrinks that farm lane pool already. I mean, we could have like the Marco Polo come through, which we've seen very frequently, or you could get your Fang pick come through. But going into this team comp, do you reckon Fang would gel into Loops Esports team comp here?
I think the Fang will actually do well in splitting the fight, right? That's one of the benefits, because it's huge burst as well. But yes, it's difficult because right now, Zere is not exactly in a very safe position. They have quite a lot of potential bursts coming out, especially control, right? And this is going to come in the form of Charlotte. I like the fact they banned the Dharma, because we've already seen the performance by Snow yesterday. We know what a Dharma can do. A burst onto the backlines, killing off my Shiranui or even Zere will be horrendous for the side of Loops.
Yeah, so Charlotte is one of the pocket picks I have down for LGD, because Charlotte has not been picked onto the side of Loops. It may be one of those heroes that they're not quite as confident with. We generally see the Mayin come through like we have, and there is the Fang. So Fang and the Mutsu coming through on the side of Loop Esports. Again, between these two teams, the Mutsu has been one of those heroes that has been not really contested. It's been something they both play. But the thing with the Mutsu is if you are playing on the back foot, it's a hard pick to come back from. Because if you look at LGD's roster, they've got such an aggressive roster here, and that's just going to be completely thickened out with the Lian Po with some fantastic engage potentials. Those triple knockups that you have from that ultimate, it's going to be really hard, especially paired in with the Yu Huan in the jungle. That team fight's going to be lasting for quite some time, Kin.
Yep, exactly. And his main role here is actually to soak up the cannon blast coming out from the Morton, right? And because he is anti-CC based every time he uses a skill, you can expect that he's going to jump the backlines as well. But he has one more very important job, and that is to keep the Clash lane under control, which is going to be Tempest on that Ma Yin, because Ma Yin should not touch the backline of LGD. It's going to be an instant melting of kills for the side of Loops if they get their hands on the backline.
Yeah, no, that's probably the main goal there for the likes of the Lianpo, but then also for the Huan to try and just sustain that backline like you were saying there, Ken. But really interesting first game team comps here for both of these teams. A little bit of familiarity coming through for both of Loops and LGD Gaming as they go into game one. This is those new joining in at home. This is the first game of the semi-finals. So that statement alone really shows you the gravity of what's at stake in this first game in the best of 5.
Yeah, for sure. And LGD doing the typical fashion of trying to steal the first camp across the game itself. It looks like Xiang will be successful in doing so. So this is a benefit for the side of LGD's jungle.
Yes, already massive benefits here, but you see that the Lianpo is already sort of navigating to that mid lane because, again, the Mai Shiranui going against the control utility mage like the Lady Chen is a really hard matchup for them to face, but you can't really be putting the Fang there in the mid lane against the Lady Chen and then Mai going against the Lady Sun. It's a little bit of the same old song and dance, but there we go. ABH looking for the first blood, keeping it true and tested there with their first blood rate. Loop Esports coming in, Jing baby, taking down Musang King.
Yeah, beautiful, and this is going to be a recovery attempt here. Kank actually gets out, what the heck?
Yes, almost gets caught there. Oh, very close on the side of Loop Esports, almost dropping their first death, which they don't really want to be taken here. They want as much lead as possible in this game one. And currently right now they are, and it's all thanks to ABH getting that first blood on Jing. And here is a little bit of information of Jing. So Jing's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we just see in here with ABH. Perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh, it's a 2 kills nonetheless. It is Kanka taking up the kill onto the Lady Chen as well. Loops are not here to mess around, Kin. Things are looking a little bit shaky for the Malaysian team.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely not what the Malaysians expected at this point. But Loops, we know their power and we know their strength as well. And Loops having a 3-0 lead in the first 2.5 minutes is a very strong showing of where they are at in this game right now.
Yep, I mean, I was alluding to in the intro that LGD have not been the team to like pull punches, but currently it looks like Loops have been pulling some punches throughout the entire of this tournament. They are definitely in it to win it. I mean, 3 kills ahead. This is nothing strange for LGD to be witnessing here like a week early game. We know that they prioritize the farm. They like to get that gold lead, or at least try and sort of maintain the gold lead from not being so far away from their own. I mean, even though Loops is 3 kills up, they're able to still be sustaining a 1.4k lead. It's not massive at this point, but I think that's all down to the likes of the Musang King just getting that really clear, really fast jungle rotations.
Yeah, at this point, oh, hang on.
Oh, potential. Kanka going in with the first ability. Okay, Lady Shen going in with the ult there, but we see that Mai is into the back of the line. On target ability comes through from Yu Huan, and she does be a little bit safe there, thanks to the untargetability of the Yu Huan skill set. Motsu coming in with that lung obnoxious stun, though, from that first skill, trying to set up some plays here. Fang's being a little bit too aggressive. Zeri almost got the kill onto the Lady Sun. I feel like the pressure and the appearance of the first Tyrant was the reason why Lady Sun was able to survive. Kanka looking pretty low, although denying the brawl onto the Tyrant. We do see the LGD are able to take the Tyrant in the first part of the game.
Yep, interesting that happens, right? Because of the domination for the side of Loops. It looks like they will play more objective-based turrets here. They want to go for that T1 on the top, and looks like Zeri will take the tier 1 on the bot as well. So for the first time in the tournament, I think LGD being out macroed.
Yeah, I mean, do we expect anything less from Loops? We've always said that Loops the only time they generally struggle is closing out those late games. I mean, not quite to the extent of Osiris, but oh, okay, fourth kill going over to the side of Loops, and they're not done yet. We see the ultimate shell come through from JR, but then JR gets taken down by the Jing. That is a 2-1 trade for Loop Esports. That was favorably and fantastically executed there by the Brazilian second seed. If this is how the second seed's playing against the what we could consider as Malaysia's first seed, Kin, what's that got in store for Team Secret?
I mean, if you look at Loops, right, they're giving LGD a taste of their own medicine, right? So at this point, this is what LGD has been doing to every single team that they have come up against. But Loops, for the first time, they're showing them, hey, this is what it feels like.
Yeah, definitely doesn't like. I mean, what is it they say? Sometimes is it bad medicine? I'm not too sure the saying. I'm gonna muff it up here, so I'm not gonna proceed that one. But Miffy gets taken down by Musang King, so we see that a second kill over to the side of LGD is taken by Musang King, and that is definitely the taste of bad medicine on the side of Loop Esports, losing the second kill already over to the side of the Malaysian team. We're seeing a heavy presence here in the mid lane. We saw Liam Poe going in with what sort of was starting to see a start of an engage, but then they realized there was no minion wave. They couldn't really push that mid lane turret, and now they've all backed off and looking for a reset, looking for a few more clears within the jungle.
Yep, at this point, I'm very confident that Loops is going to have the early game lead for sure. But like you mentioned, right, it's all about closing the game, and that has been something that Loops has been struggling with since the group stages. And I think the way LGD has drafted, it's kind of intuitive for them to play the late game as well, because later on, I don't think it's that easy to, number one, get past Sir, and number two, kill him off as well.
I mean, paired with the Lady Sun as well, and we all know, those that have been watching since day one and play this game know that Lady Sun is a late game hero, but ABH taking a few too many shots there, too many cheap shots being taken onto the side of Loop Esports that could really make a difference in this mid lane mashup, with the ultimate shell coming through from the Lady Sun, and the mid lane T1 is taken by the side of LGD. This is the classic LGD memo. If it's not the sidelines, it's those mid lanes, but Motsu coming through with the stun staving. Zeri as well, that could have been a clean kill, but Siang was able to get out alive.
Yep, it's a tough one, right? You can start to see where Loops might have chinks in the armor at this point. And LGD, they are mounting their comeback slowly but surely, because right now JR hasn't been kind of restricted in terms of growth. He is similar in terms of the farm levels with this area as well.
Once again, classic LGD just being able to maintain the safe distance for the gold difference, because it's not huge. It's not nothing you'll be like, if you're on Loops, and you're doing so well, you'd be like, man, why is our gold just not that far ahead? But this is what LGD have tried and tested, and they know works. Nice double man CC from the Motsu's first ability there. Charlotte could potentially be getting picked off here. It is a 4v1. Yes, there we go. Siang gets taken down by Tempest in the farm lane, and the T2 falls as well. Can we get an Azure Golem? Oh, ABH steals it, but are they going to kill ABH? Yes, they do. So Z is able to clear them up, but Musa and King going untargetable. They are going to take a clean team fight here, taking down the Fang as well. That was a, 4-1 trade on the side of LGD, and they have a strong minion wave here in the mid lane, and only mine to stop it.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about, right? So LGD, they understand that, hey, yes, there is an early game power spike for the side of Loops, but here comes their own, right? At the 9-minute mark, with 1 more minute before the shadow versions of the Tyrant the Overlord show. I think this is a perfect timing for LGD to really hit their stride as well.
Definitely hitting their stride. They have finally taken the gold lead. So this is what we were always saying, or from the word go, it seems, Kin, is that LGD just love to play a bit of a mind game with that gold lead. You like to lull the enemy team into a full sense of security like they have with Loop Esports here. Loop Esports had the gold difference all the way in their favor until the point of that mid lane mashup. I mean, I don't call it mid lane mashup. It was all around that Azure Golem, just completely baiting the side of Team Loops Esports. But it seems like a little bit of a calm before the storm going on here, Kin.
Yeah, for sure. If you take a look at the difference of itemization, right? Kanker actually went for a more aggressive item build. We have the Splendor on Zihong, and I think that might be a small itemization difference that might bait Loops in for a horrible fight against LGD.
Yeah, you're not wrong there at all, Kin. Lovely itemization breakdown. But what we're seeing here is a potential breakdown of the Shadow Tyrant. They do start it, but is it going to reset? Lady Shen already procced in that first skill onto the back line of Loop Esports, doing a little bit of damage before the team fight. Miffy taking loads of damage there from not only the ultimate shell, but also Lady Shen with her abilities. And they're already making quick succession of this Shadow Tyrant. Mai and Jing are already trying to position themselves into the team fight. It's not quite going to work. They are being kept away from the Shadow Tyrant thanks to the Liam Po, and this is the great potential. Oh, there we go. Double man knockup. We see Miffy's already taken down, so no more stun for you on the side of Loop Esports. Jing may get caught out here as well. The Azure Golem does go to ABH, however, but Mayin, Tempest, he's on the wrong neighborhood, homie. You want to get out of there. If you try and create some distance, you may escape from LGD.
Yep, they will not be distracted from the true objective, which is actually the Overlord at this point. And this is a Shadow Overlord, so Shadow Vanguards will spawn. I think it's a good job by this side of Tempest to try and cut the waves as well. They should try and get something, a positive trait somewhere else in the map as well.
I mean, look at it so far. I mean, Loops have no jungle objective as of yet, so this Shadow Tyrant, I mean, the Shadow Overlord could have done them the whole world's of difference, considering that their whole mid lane has been decimated. There we go, Lady Shen with the untarget ability thanks to her new skill, but there we go. Jerry is able to take it down thanks to the damage over time from that first skill of the Fang hero. But we saw a potential assault there onto the higher ground turret. It has seemed a little bit damaged on the side of LGD on the farm lane, but now the LGD do have the Shadow Vanguard in their possession. I think this could be the most aggressive push on all lanes right now from LGD.
Oh, for sure. And if you take a look at itemization, I'm a little bit concerned for the side of Miffy here. Actually going for the Dawnlight here. Not going to be completed just yet, but they need a little bit more because they need to provide room for Zere as well as Kank. They're really just going for the kills, and as it stands now, they don't have a proper front liner. Tempest is meant to catch the backlines, or at least catch them in a group, and that doesn't leave a lot of window for the side of Loops to get a initiation coming in.
Yeah, Loops is looking for a wide angle here, it seems, onto the Hue-1, but you don't want to be caught out, especially when she is very close by to the Liam Po. But we saw what ABH was doing there, pushing that minion wave into the farm lane, hoping to try and get one of the higher ground turrets before the side of LGD, because I feel like that would really help them here, Ken, because as we've been saying for majority of the match now, that Loops' weak part of the game is that late game. So trying to get the higher ground turret before the side of LGD, I feel like would put a lot of immense pressure in one of these lanes and would just free up Loops to try and actually play as a team in a team fight.
Yeah, you know, one of the win conditions for the side of Loops is actually the play by Kank. Hang on.
Uh-oh. A little bit of deep water there. None to be frowned upon, but Liam Po actually not doing anything. We saw a potential engage that seemed it could have been fruitful. It could have been fruitful if LGD were closer to the whole play. Unfortunately, nothing came from that, Kin. I think Loops got off that one scot-free, and at this point in the game, going into the 14-minute mark, I think that is probably a blessing on the side of the Brazilian team.
Yeah, for sure, because at this point, there isn't much to fight over in the map just yet. Maybe the Azure Golem that's going to be coming up. But, oh, hang on, Xiang catches two.
Oh, yes, almost catching two. Liam Po going in. They're all looking pretty low. Focusing the Fang. Fang is able to roll out with the second skill. Again, how many times are Loop's gonna be able to get out of these team fights scot-free without losing any of the heroes? I mean, yes, we've had to have a recall from ABH, which is not great, knowing that the Shadow Tyrant is up once again, and still Loops at the nil point of the jungle objectives. Kin, is this going to be where it all changes around? We see that Jing is aggressively going for it, but we see that LGD is able to pull the Shadow Tyrant away from them, but there's still a deny of access to the jungle objective once again. a great damage buff going to LGD.
Yeah, as it stands now, I think Loops, they have about a 2-minute window before the next game-winning play. That's what we're looking at, right? So Loops, I think they need to make sure that Mithy and Kank do get something out of the next fights. They are the win conditions.
Here we go. Again, massive Liempo engaged, not quite landing the third wave of that ultimate from the Liempo. Being able to get out of there without any sort of casualties is maybe and potentially Loop's third and final fateful attempt of trying to lead these fights without dying. But it's all surrounding this Shadow Overlord, Kin. I feel like what goes wrong here is going to really put the conclusion on this match, because if they get the Shadow Overlord onto the side of LGD, which they have Primal Bond, so it's going to be a little bit harder for them to actually run the Shadow Overlord down. We see that ABH is already trying to put a pressure there onto the side lane. It's I'm not too sure where they're going to go with this. Fang is not quite in the team fight. He's looking for trying to potentially take out the Lady Sun, but again, Lady Sun was able to disengage within the right amount of time. However, the minion wave is in that farm lane, and we could see the high ground turret fall here.
Yep, that would be a huge mistake for the side of LGD. Luke trying to capitalize.
Oh, there we go. Finally, it has been broken. The curse, the seal has now broken on the side of Loop Esports, being able to take the Shadow Overlord, not being able to quite take that high ground turret. It is very, very low. So I feel like that is their next point of call. If Loops can just get a few kills into this next interaction between these two teams, Mithy with a nice long-range stun, I feel like we could potentially see Loops try and finish this game.
Yep, they could. All they need is a broken tower on that bottom lane. That would be great. Right now, it's really about map control. And so if Loops can get better map control for the next 2 to 3 minutes, it would make the world's difference going up against LGD, because there will be more things that LGD needs to watch out for.
Yep, Miffy just trying to give the intelligence over that there are plenty of the side of LGD in that mid lane, but they have a fast rotation. We see that Liempo has not quite used that ultimate yet, trying to keep it on until it's not just Mayeen that's going to be the fallen victim. She's able to parkour out of the team fight. However, still keeping it alive, Shadow Vanguard, and Vanguard is into the clash lane, but Lady Sun here to try and make sure work of it with that fast wave clear. Look how fast she's melting that Shadow Vanguard now that she is pretty much a few items into her itemization.
Yep, so they have pretty decent wave clear. Both teams do have this as well. Right now, like I said, it's really who gets the first initiation, right? And at this point, it falls a lot on Kanka as well as Mithy as well. If they can land the Cannon Blast, they can land the knockouts from the Mai Shiranui, it will make the opening a little bit clearer for the side of Loops to jump in. But until then, it is still LGD pretty much in control.
So before we get the next sort of hype moment, Kin, what do you feel like's working here towards this mid to late game on the side of Loops, and what's not working? Me personally, I feel like because they have the Motsu now and they're playing on the back foot, it seems to be a little bit harder for them, whereas in that early to mid game, because they were ahead of the gold and just ahead of these rotations and being super aggressive, the Motsu definitely shined more then. What's your feelings on this one?
I think Mithy needs to be less defensive at this point, right? One of the strengths of Loop's lineup is the fact that they're able to poke from afar. And at this point, Mithy, it would do great for him if he has the Mask of Agony. He can melt her down a little bit more. And at this point, I don't see how they're going to be able to contest for this Shadow Tyrant at this point. Yep, so it's going to be a simple one.
Yeah, Liempo is he's such a great hero to just keep the side of Loop Esports off of it. And I mean, we've seen, maybe 3 Tyrants now where Liempo has just been able to beautifully, just without even dying as well, which I think really shows the player skill of G on the side of LGD, is that you're going into the thick of it, you're keeping that jungle objective alive and kept regardless from the side of Loop Esports. And it's happening multiple times. It's just sort of like really good pickup here for the Liempo, I feel like, into the draft.
Yeah, it's difficult because he has the Long Night Guardian as well with the Frigid Charge. So he does have plenty of armor, plenty of health regen. And with the Ominous Premonition, he's going to slow down the attack speed, the movement speed on the side of Loops as well, which makes it easier for him to get, you know, that multiple man Tremor Smash, as well as the first and second skill combinations, Burst Ram into Magma Slam, back into the Burst Ram again. There's a lot of CC coming out from LGD. So Loops, they really need to start to being able to really just burn and peel away the health bars of LGD, which is why I hold the notion that Mithy, he needs to go for the Master of Agony. He's tanky enough at this point. They don't really get to go into a face-to-face fight, right? Just get the pokes in first.
Yep, get the pokes in, do enough damage before you get into a team fight or any sort of altercation, and then we'll see what happens from there. But we're already seeing quite an aggressive push here, pushing the side of Loop Esports back into what seems like their high ground turrets vicinity rather than the Tempest Dragon. We see that Mayin is looking for a bit of a macro push there up into the Clash Lane, but Charlotte is lucky enough to sort of try and nip that in the bud. There's not really much there in terms of the Clash Lane wave yet, but still trying to bait this Tempest Dragon team fight, it seems, Kin. It's definitely slowed down in terms of the all-out brawly, chaotic team fights. There seems to be some sort of communication come from to the side of Loop Esports, but speaking of coming from the side, we see that Fang, ABH, the Sage Sanctuary coming through just to try and save Jing there. We see the Splendor as well, but that's not going to be enough for this Tremor Smash, and we see that Lianpo is able to just set up a beautiful team fight here on the side of LGD. That is a 3-0 trade so far, and they have a fantastic push here set up for the mid lane, but they only have Mithy, they only have Tempest to try and clear these minions in the mid lane, but that high ground turret is definitely falling thanks to the Lady Sun. We see that Lianpo is tanking a lot of those shots from the Crystal, but it's not just quite done yet. We see that Tempest is just trying to kill or something, get something from this team fight as Siang is trying to keep the Motsu away, but that is game one going over to the side of LGD. What didn't look like a strong early game for them was definitely a fantastic late game denial of a victory from the side of Loop Esports.
Yeah, very clean game from the side of LGD. They understood the win conditions for sure, showing them, the proper art of war. Sure, we'll give you the early game, right? But at this point, I think potential from the side of LGD was just that much stronger. It shows you the difference in terms of how they're viewing the game. And I think, Blam, I think this is going to be a very strong indicator of how this game will go today. Loops Esports, they need a better mindset going into this, and I think they need to be a little bit more greedy. They're showing too much respect to LGD.
Yeah, I mean, it is game one. I do have to put that to aside, that it's just game one. This is where teams start to do their research, trying to find out what is quite working for them, because even though these teams have been watching each other play for the past so many days, you only really get a true sense and flavor for your opponent when you finally go against them in this environment, especially a semi-finals environment as well, because there's nothing grander, there's nothing more quite holding what could be potentially you going through to the finals, and even if you may not win, you still get a higher prize pool. So again, I feel like Loops, seeing what LGD have done to their previous opponents, I feel like Loops had a really strong footing in that game. Like I was saying towards that late game part of game one, that Mithy's pick for Motsu, I mean, yes, they denied the Zhang Fei. He kind of had to sort of fall back and rely on something else. But the Motsu, again, early to mid game was great. Caught a shot call in from Mithy, but when you play on that back foot, Motsu is
Yeah, not the best, hero to try and make the comeback as well, but he does offer a lot of stunts, and that could be something that Loops was looking at as one of the win conditions to come back into the game. But at this point, I really think they need a little bit more aggression, a little bit more pain, because he completed the Dawnlight, he got the Radiance along with the Crimson Shadow as well for the support item, Ominous Premonition. But the thing is, it's kind of counterintuitive, right? You want to be in a position where you're able to set the stage for your huge burst heroes like Zeri, for Kanker as well, and for ABH to really just jump in. But at this point, it's really hard to do, because even if Mithy lands the stuns with the Cannon Blast, they didn't have enough entry, enough initiation to go in. Sure, Zeri was pain, Kank was pain, but they weren't survivable.
Yeah, I mean, the Fang generally shines a little bit more when you have a tank on your side, because it allows you to get into the nitty-gritty of the team fight. And we both know, Kin, that being big Fang fanatics, that you have to get stuck in there. You have to use that first ability to proc the amount of damage that you need to let this rodent just absolutely shine. But again, he was Zeri here was the 88.4k damage of the team, so only shy of 4k by the Mai Shiranui as well. So already showing that Fang did do the damage, but there just wasn't as much damage as we would like to come through, because again, Loops Esports were just lacking the tank, lacking the front line towards that late game.
Yeah, if you take a look at the damage, it's pretty even spread across for the side of LGD. Zihong, of course, the person with the highest damage dealt across the board. But more importantly, right, if you take a look at Zeri, it's a hard game for him, because there literally isn't anyone that he's able to jump on consistently. Everyone has an escape mechanism. Musang King with his unending sorrow, so with the life points, JR with the rolling raid, Zihong with the Ocean of Tears, even with Splendor as well. So who could he get target sighted on? No one, right? And that speaks the stories and volumes about this gold graph, because once they hit their timings, it was all in LGD's favor.
Yeah, again, we love to say it, but the gold graph always paints the prettiest and most accurate of pictures. So we were talking about LGD's roster being quite late game orientated, especially being activated towards the mid game, and you can kind of see it with that gold graph. We saw a great start from Loop, such an aggressive first blood from ABH onto the side of the Azure Golem, but then after that, it kind of just teetered away. Lady Sun came online, great engages from the Liampo, and the MVP is, as a Liampo fanatic myself, we love to see an MVP for Z on the Liampo for game 1 for LGD.
Yeah, for Zhe itself, if you take a look at the damage, it's taken 127,000. That's one of the markers of a good Liampo, right? Being able to soak in a lot of damage. But what makes the difference between a good Liampo and a great Liampo is the damage dealt. He was always in the forefront. He was always chasing them down, landing so many 3-man, 4-man Tremor smashes, buying so much time for the team to come in, especially for JR to get the rolling raid.
Yeah, it wasn't just that as well. It's the fact that this Liampo was used as such a great denial of these jungle objectives that we saw towards the mid to late game, especially on the Shadow Tyrants, on the Shadow Overlords as well. Just being able to be sat in the back of the brush and then be like, yeah, what's the password? What's the password? Tell me the password and I'll let you in. And there was just unfortunately no way for Jing to get in, for the Mayin, for Mai Shiranui as well. And there was definitely no shot that we saw Fang was going to get in there, but I do have to keep reminding that the people watching at home that Loops had a fantastic early game. Honestly, compared to all the other teams that LGD have played against, I feel like Loops has put the most aggressive mark, maybe even got them shaken a little bit towards that mid game, because it wasn't until the point where we saw this fight around the Azure Golem where things really started to get heated for the side of LGD. That 4-1 trade? Hello?
Yeah, for sure, and that's the marker of LGD, right? They never lose out in the trades. It's always a positive trade for the side of LGD, and you can be sure that once this Liampo goes in, there is a very high possibility that LGD will come out with a positive win rate, especially this, what a bait from Zihong there, using the Ocean of Tears along the Splendor, buying time for Zhe to come in, and once they have built room for themselves, it was all over, because the damage dealers like Kanka as well as Zeri were all taken down, and with ABH out of the picture, easy smites, man, easy kills.
Yeah, no, you can see why that Liampo here was the playmaker, but also the MVP person. The most valuable player on the team was definitely given to the right person, because again, the value that this Liampo pick gave to the side of LGD, I feel like it's just priceless. There was no real way that they probably could have won that game one without it, I think, especially towards that mid to late game where we saw the denial of all those jungle objectives. But then even towards the end, the only reason they got to finish off that game is because Liampo just had such a fantastic engage onto the Mayin to begin with, and then it was easy just to bring it down, just baiting his ultimate, that Tremor Smash, all the way till there was too many people on the side of Loop Esports in the effective area of his ultimate.
Oh, for sure. So you know the marker now, right? Whatever that is considered the best. We aren't looking at numbers, we're looking at value. And boy, did bring the value to LGD. Now, this is just game 1. Don't worry, guys. Loops, you are still in the fight. And like Blam said, I think Loops, I agree with him. Loops had a fantastic game. They actually made LGD look human for a moment, right? So we might see the tables might turn in game number 2.
I mean, that's all they have to do for a moment is just make them seem human and give them a little bit of invulnerability. But speaking of human, we have Yao, the latest hero onto the Gorge. This is the Shining Star, Ying's brother, and again, a great hero to be in addition onto the Honor of Kings. I myself have played it quite frequently, especially in casual, which is where you should stay until you get very good at it. And definitely go and try out the Yao now that he's available on the Gorge.
For sure, and now we're gonna have the 2 teams back on, available for the second game of the day in this best of 5. Loops once again will be taking out the Da Chao. They do not want to entertain the idea of the Futsu combination at all.
Yeah, I mean, like we were saying in game 1, they had the aggression early game, but if you let the Chao and Futsu comp come through, you won't know what's hit you. I mean, the attack speed on Futsu as well is just incredibly crazy, but rightfully so. LGD banning out that Jing, baby. We saw the ABH getting that first blood, keeping it true to Loops' already astounding stat on that first blood rate. So again, Jing falling short there towards the first part of the banning phase, and then Ali as well. Probably one of the most cracked farm lane heroes within Honor of Kings right now, and we're seeing the double ladies, back-to-back ladies, as the first pick on the side of LGD.
Yep, LGD offering another chance. Play again, right? So they go for the exact same lineup. It's going to be a Lady Sun along with the Lady Zhen as well. But this time, they will allow that Zhang Fei to come out. I'm expecting huge and great things from Mithy. This, like you said, is his prio pick.
Interesting. They ban the Jing, but pick out the Ming. It's the switcheroo of game 1 draft. But like you were saying there, Kin, Mithy does get his Zhang Fei. Was this the ultimate goal of Loops in game 1 to be like, well, we'll show them the Jing, we'll put the Jing on the table, we'll show them how deadly we are with it, but that leaves us and opens up Mithy's king pick, the beast himself, Zhang Fei. And then they follow it up with Mai Yin again. So Tempest going for the Mai Yin, not really bringing the Elaine onto the Gorge, which I feel like if we had the Elaine towards that mid to late game, I honestly think we could have saw some really great Tempest outplays like we saw in the quarterfinals.
Yes, but there's a reason why, and that's because of the Ming, right? Ming is able to kind of change the state of the fight instantly with his ultimate as well, giving the life. So longevity for Lady Sun is going to be a huge change in the terms of the fight. And I like the fact that he took out the Nerta along with the Musashi. It just tells you one thing. We want our recovery, we want the health boost, right? Because that is the game state, the kit that both Musashi and Nerta offers to the side of Loops, and instantly taken out.
Yep, we see the Dharma being picked up here as well, which complements nicely with the Ming also, especially into those team fights. We're not going to see Ming very much early game up into the clash lane with the Dharma, but like you said, Kin, it pairs very nicely with the Lady Sun. But over to the side of Loops, they ban out the Byron, which once again is probably been one of the least appearances in the clash lane, it seems, in Season 2, because again, he can win most of these lane matchups early game, and then obviously towards the late game, he becomes a little bit more sort of backline, very aggressive, kind of like an assassin bruiser into the mid to late game. And then obviously the Sun C getting banned out because huge CC potential onto the side of Loop Esports if that was ever to come out, or even to try and just replace the Liam Poe. But speaking of Liam Poe, he has not been banned, but I don't think he'll get picked up here because we are waiting for that jungle pick to come through. And what a placement to... what a replacement is that Kaiser in the jungle. Again, we saw this on the side of Team Vitality. It was one of their biggest picks. Having that Kaiser really sets up a fantastic frontline engage.
Yeah, for sure, and a little bit more confident of the Loops lineup at this point. But, you know, the big question is, can they do this Kaiser? Especially if they have to put their eyes on Kaiser, there's going to be tunnel vision. It's hard to deal with the Dharma, and more importantly, it's hard to deal with the Ming and Lady Sun combo as well. So many questions that Loops have to answer. They have a decent early game. Still, once again, Pei, one of the strongest snowballers in the game. Let's see if Loops can do it to tie it 1-1.
Yeah, the Pei coming through here is just as an aggressive pick as the Jing. I'd probably say it isn't as slippery. There is definitely more of a chance of the Pei being caught out, especially with the likes of the Lady Jen, as long as the rotations are there and the support is from the mid lane. Trying to secure those early Azure and Crimson Golems is going to be a little bit more of a difficult feat for the side of Loops Esports. But I mean, LGD looking like they have a solid comp. It's a sustainable comp. It's not like burn bright and then sort of dazzle out very quickly like we're currently seeing on the side of Loop Esports, but they are here to sustain the game, go the distance, and hey, Bruce Lee has joined the Gorge.
Oh yes, for sure. So Bruce Lee, be like water, right? Be formless, be able to deal with any changes, be adaptable. That's the mark of a strong and a true champion as well. Hopefully Loops will be able to pull this game out, tie it 1-1.
Hopefully they can, absolutely. I mean, Pei may be the reason why they're able to do this, given the spirit of Bruce Lee in the Gorge as well. But Pei, most common combo is that Alt 2, basic attack 1, and then basic attack. Use the range advantage of his human form to harass the enemies from a distance. Then, once their health is low, switch to the tiger form for the kill. And you'll probably see it, especially on a player like ABH. We know that he is silent but deadly.
Yep, and if you take a look at ABH's playing style, he likes heroes that are very mobile, he likes heroes that deal a lot of damage as well, so I think this is a very good synergy of picks. But here we go, maybe potential first blood?
Yep, no, Kanka able to actually dash out there alive. We see the familiar rotations here that we've been seeing for quite a lot of this in the Season 2, where we see... Oh, okay, Robert, let that go on the back burner there. ABH, we said silent but deadly, but he has been loud and clear with that first blood takedown. And then double kill over to Musang King. Like I said in his introduction, Musang King, the king of double kills, and putting some respect on his name in Game 2.
Yep, we were waiting for the deadly, but at this point it's just silence coming out from ABH. Not his fault though, because at this point LGD, they have a pretty significant early game as well. This time when they allow the Kaiser to come through, the Invincible Warrior level 4 makes a huge difference in the way that they can fight. And I like the fact that they put Zihong going up against Marco Polo, similar to yesterday's games, right? You want AoE against most of these farm lanes. Oh, hang on.
Oh, 3v1 into the clash lane. We saw that getting set up for quite some distance there. We saw that Lady Sun was with the rotation. Siang dashing over the wall for the Dharma. That was just beautifully played by the side of LGD. But this has really made me consider that Game 1 really shook up LGD, because they pick out a pocket pick like the Ming and they're playing so aggressive into Game 2. They're like, oh, we can't pull any more punches, guys. We're in the semifinals of the Season 2 Invitational. If we doubt the second seed Brazilian team for a second, we could be looking at an L in the semifinals, which, when you battle it so well this far into Season 2 Invitational, you kind of don't want to go out knowing that you didn't do your best.
Well, actually, there's one positive thing you can take a look at Loops, and which is they managed to pull the respect of LGD. Now they're taking it to the next level.
Oh, okay. Speaking of next level, then we could be having another next kill up into the clash lane, but Tempest being able to kick away Dharma, because Pei being quite close by as well. I feel like that 2v1 would have definitely gone into the favor of Loop Esports in the clash lane, and Lord knows they need a kill on the board, because LGD are up with 3 kills there. They're ahead with the gold lead ever so slightly by 1.9k, and again, LGD just playing to their strengths. The Ming pocket pick coming through here. I don't think they've actually picked the Ming up in the rest of the tournament, so this is clearly something they wanted to save for the semifinals, and something that it's not unusual that we don't see, but it's very rare that the Ming comes through, because It's all about sticking to one of these heroes. Ming cannot be reliant on his own. He has to be somewhere with someone.
Yeah, so, you know, playing with the Ming, it requires your draft and your composition to be able to save yourself in the team fights. And it checks the markets for most of the members. In fact, all of the members on the side of LGD. Xiang, of course, 1v1 against Tempest. He's going to have an interesting time, right? Because number one, he has a level advantage. But more importantly, the reason why they're able to play Ming here is because everyone else has survivability in their kits.
Yes.
There's iframes, there's life steal, there's health regeneration, everything makes sense. So that's why the Ming is so potent, so dangerous for the side of LGD.
They say nobody puts Baby in the corner, but LGD with this draft clearly leaves Baby in the corner because all their laners can just self-sustain. Like you said there, Kin, they have escapability, they're able to clear the waves pretty much on their own, and then obviously Kaiser, it doesn't need anybody to hold his hand, but Kank potentially here needing somebody to at least give some assistance, and Mithy was a little bit late there to try and soak up any of that damage or try and bring anything into the favor of Loop Esports. We're seeing that Zeri here was looking to help himself for a little bit of gold, trying to keep a gold or trying to close the gold difference in that farm lane. As we can see that Lady Sun is already ahead by 0.6k.
Yep, and at this point, I don't think the Loops can take any fight consistently, all up to the point where maybe Zeri gets his hands on the Doomsday, right? Because at this point, they won't be able to melt down Musan King, who is having fun once again with Mithy. That's not a sight that Loops want to see for sure.
No, yeah, the team that's ahead having fun, that's a recipe for destruction, I think, kid. Knowing that somebody that's having such a great time in the early game is just trying to still maintain and have fun, that's hard to sort of play around because they're not going to be tense. They are just going to be going with the tempo, and the tempo is clearly here for the side of LGD, taking the T1 turret as the first turret in Game 2 to fall here, which we all know this far, but those at home may not. The mid T1 is detrimental to your team because it opens up those that fall to the T1. Your jungle is now open to the enemy team. You're open to more susceptible ganks as well. But here we are. There is a 4v5 currently going place here. There we go. ABH, like we know him in Game 2, taking a kill for the side of Loops and still soaking the damage is the Zhang Fei. Keeping Kank in the team fight, is able to pick off the Dharma as well, so they may take the T1, but it looks like LPS are here to take their Azure Golem and potentially push these T2 in the farm lane.
Yep, love this gameplay by Loops. This is one of the ways to recover as well. Just, you know, ignore the tanky people. Let's just go for the ones that we can burst down, and that's exactly what they did. They got JR the lead button instantly, got the kill, and that changed the whole fight because there isn't a lot of consistent damage. Let's take a look at how that went down.
Yes, look at this beautiful replay, just keeping Musan King away from the squishier heroes on the side of LGD. Loops just know how to navigate this. They have the satnav, they have LGD's coordinations, and they know how to navigate that team fight. And that was clearly stated by what we just saw there in the replay. So I think Loops just need to offer a little bit more of that, some more of that spicy Brazilian flavor of that team fight will keep them definitely considered in this best of 5, but they are going to lose that T1 up into the clash lane. Musan King going in here as well. We're already seeing to the back line of Pei, trying to take down one of their high damage dealers, but we see that Miffy is able to give some support. It's all going around. This Azure Golem, they were able to take it though. So Loops not actually losing anything in that team fight, not even an Azure Golem.
Yep, they have to be careful about Mithy. At this point, he does have half his health left, so they can't actually take too many fights unnecessarily at this point. They will try and look for one of the members on the side of Loops.
Yep, Tempest sitting like a, I don't know what in that brush. I mean, I would not want to be there, but luckily for the side of Loops, the LGD just did not have the intel that they need, but pushing back is the Mai, and there's the ultimate shell from Lady Sun coming through, taking down Kanka once again in the clash lane here, but okay, Tempest coming through. He played the waiting game. He takes down JR and down goes. Oh, okay, no, they're able to escape. I thought Ming, it was going to be a Ming Vase there in that team fight and getting smashed, but no, he was able to flash over the wall as that was a beautiful patience. Patience is a virtue, kid.
Oh, for
and
sure.
Loops displayed it.
Yep,
but okay, patience. Speaking of patience, we saw LGD play the same patient game, picks off the pay, which, to be honest, taking down JR or taking down your enemy jungle now that the second Tyrant is up, I think that is not an equal trade.
Yeah, and you know what? At this point, Loops, I think they might be able to do it here. They do have the Doomsday going to the hands of Zeri already. He's already halfway towards his Frigid charge as well. He will be able to survive a couple of fights. Right now, it's really about the burst potential coming in from LGD. If they manage to get the best destructive deluge, it might change the game for Loops. But likewise, for the side of Loops, if they're able to, make sense of that combination again, that unbridled outburst into the whatever #1 coming out from Tempest, it will change the fight in positive relations for the side of Loops.
Yeah, I mean, already showing into game 2, I feel like the Mai Shiranui may be something they might want to like relax on, because it seems like the Mai Yin's basically taking the function of the Mai Shiranui. Yes, not as much damage, but able to sort of like separate the team fights. It seems like it's been tried and tested a little bit too much here. Mithy taking a lot of damage already in this early team fight without none of his co-dependents nearby, but already resetting. The Tyrant is already looking for a promising start here. Are they going to try and take it, try and combat, and try and go for a Tyrant this time around? Because last game they did not get a single one, but Xiang taking Tempest down the back of the Shadow Tyrant camp as well. So already looking at a handicap team fight if they do decide to take this, but JR doing his macro plays that he's well known for in the farm lane, looking to try and take a high ground turret, which would be at a huge detriment for Loop Esports going into the 11th minute mark.
And this is why LGD is so scary, right? They always make the checkmate plays here. Yes, you know what? We take a look at Mithy's ultimate. Unbridled Outburst still up. We don't commit, right? We don't commit for the Tyrant. We win the fight, we go for the tower. Oh, you're coming for the tower? No worries, we'll go back and take the Tyrant. It's always one step ahead of Loops at this point for LGD.
Yeah, there's always multiple objectives in their mind, and they are able to keep focus on all of them. They know how this works. It's not their first dance. It's not their first rodeo. And this is showing it in game 2. We saw Loops with some promising engages. We saw Tempest sitting patiently in the brush on the side of the Clash lane, was able to pick off. But speaking of getting picked off here is that higher ground turret in the Clash lane. A lot earlier in game 2 for the side of LGD. And for the side of Loops, they are nowhere near a high ground turret. And Tempest being taken down there by Xiang once again. They've fool me once, but you don't fool me twice on the side of LGD. There is no patiently waiting in the bush. If Mayin's not there, they're checking all nearby brushes, baby, because that's not happening again. They fell for it once, and it's not going to happen again on the side of LGD Gaming. And they're already at the Crystal. They're in your home. They are invading. There's Musang King with a great engage, keeping the Mithy away from the rest of his team, and that is game 2 taken by LGD once again.
Yep, what a show of strength coming out from LGD. Very, very convincing gameplay, and you can see, right? Loops at this point, they're kind of lost. They had a decent draft, and you know, you could already see from the midst of the game, they knew how to win that game, but LGD just did not allow that opening, right? The moment Ming used his longevity, it was game over for the side of LGD. But once they got caught twice with the same combination, LGD never opened that door ever again.
Nope, they had it on the latch. It was peeping through the little slit within the door. It was like, no, we're not letting you in. Slam the door. And then reverse the roles. Instead of being broken through from the outside, they broke in from the inside and just completely decimated one too many of those team fights on the side of LGD. But again, I do have to give props to Loops. They are putting up a phenomenal fight here. Game 1 looked a little bit stronger for them, especially in the early to mid game. And then towards game 2, we saw a glimmer of hope in the mid game, but nothing from there, because it seems like they lacked in the macro. There wasn't really much presence in the lanes, it seems, this time around, but the team comp wasn't really orientated in that way, I feel, on the side of Loop Esports.
Yeah, but I think they were more focused on trying to win the objectives, right? Mithy's Zhang Fei looking for the unbridled outburst. At the moment where Tyrant was going to fall low, they would have secured it. ABH doesn't miss his smites for sure. But nonetheless, I think LGD already were in their heads, so it's pretty clear what they were aiming for.
Yeah, I mean, for them to bust out the Ming in the second game really shows that Loops were in their heads, and they played a fantastic game 1. Game 2, however, like I said, just a glimmer of hope, but nonetheless, LGD just absolutely taking it once again. And it seems like the red side, especially LGD, that is, they love locking in the dual ladies. The dual ladies just able to sustain the lanes their own. They have escapability, like you were saying, Kin, in the match, and that leaves open the possibility for the Ming pick. And showing that it is such a triumphant pick, Ming really shining through there, not dying once, because he's always latched to a hero, but there was just no way that either the Mai, the Pei, or even the Mayin was able to just keep Z away from JR or the rest of the team.
Yeah, for sure. If you take a look at the itemization, he went for the Crimson Shadow straight into Guardian, right? Which I love. That's a lot of shield. He also has the Dawn Light, so he gives 2 times a shield, and probably building towards the Twilight Stream because of his glide, right? So glide, when he connects to the opponent, will be able to damage them as well, lowering their magic resistance and increasing your magic pierce. So I expect a pretty even damage output coming out from the side of LGD. As you can see, yes, it is equal across the board, and all they had to do was to really just walk them down. It was like a lawnmower. You're cutting grass, right? You're mowing them bit by bit, and once the vice grip was on the throats of Loops, there was no recovery, because you're stifling the growth, you're restricting the movements. Everything went into the favor of LGD.
Yeah, it's really funny that we saw those the pre-game stats about the teamfight rate, and it already shows here, tried and tested, that Loops are very much sort of like a band of brothers when it comes to their team fights, because 100% and then 66, 66, 66. And then over to the side of LGD, it's kind of just like, hey, we trust you to roam. Don't worry. We will be there for you if we need to. We'll get to you. Don't worry. We will always be there in your mind, in the spirit, whereas Loops is definitely more of a physical, be-together band of brothers, and it shows there within that team fight rate. But the goal graph, baby, showing a completely different picture, but nonetheless a very accurate picture for Game 2.
Oh, for sure. Now the big question is, for Loops, should they change the playstyle? Should they change the style of strategy for winning? Because Loops, as we have already seen, they have displayed that they love to fight. They want to win the game through the fights. But LGD knows this, and they pick their fights very carefully against Loops, winning each engagement. So should Loops take a look at trying different things, trying it a different style?
Yeah, this is the thing I picked up with my my preparation for this match, is that obviously the Lady Jen was a highly contested pick between both of these teams, and the pocket pick for Loops this far was obviously the Mai. But speaking of the MVP, we are going to be seeing that it is the Dharma pickup this time around. So it's swapping from side lane to side lane. We see that Xiang with those fantastic backline engages from the Dharma, only dying once but dealing 31.4k damage, and only literally slipping out there with only taking a little bit of a bump on the chin with that 13k damage. And then obviously the 8k gold. I'm not going to go into 0.9 gold. That's a little bit more charitable, but the 8k gold there on the side of LGD, Xiang giving him MVP of Game 2.
Oh, for sure. He did a very good job of controlling the opponent and counterpart clash lane. You're going to see that gameplay as well. LGD just being an absolute unit.
Absolute unit indeed. And we are seeing here these first blood replays from the side of LGD, because Loops in Game 1 was able to successfully take them down in the Game 1 first blood, but LGD was like, hey, we've got your number, baby. We are going to call you, and that call is going to be the result of first blood. But here is where we saw that glimmer of hope. It didn't really do much for them on the side of the gold graph, because it wasn't dominant enough, or there was no sort of after effect for Loop Esports from that great engage onto the side of the Azure Golem. But it was a glimmer of hope, to say the least, for them. But I'm not too sure what they can do drafting into Game 3. Like I was saying, the Mai was normally their pocket pick, but because Lady Shen on the side of LGD is getting locked in with those first 2 picks on the red side, it's kind of hard for them to go and sort of try a different mage in the mid lane. Thinking of the Princess Frost, the Angela, it just always seems to be the Mai.
I think maybe they can give a change to the Mai as well. I like the draft of Loops, to be honest, but I think the way they have executed it was just lacking in comparison to what LGD was offering, right? It was very clear that it was a control coming out from Xiang, especially onto this Mayin, which made the world's difference. So maybe it's just, like I said, a different execution for the side that makes LGD just that much better, which will allow them, of course, a much better standing in the Esports World Cup. And that's what I'm going to be segueing into. It is going to be our Mobile Esports Game of the Year Awards. We hope you can support us with Honor of Kings. All you have to do is to go to the esportsawards.com. Bear in mind, every vote that you cast is not just helping the game, it's helping people like us as well, like Blam and myself, because you'll make us a little bit happier, make our day.
Absolutely. It gives us a better standing in the Esports Awards. And I definitely got a few people to do it yesterday as I was watching the game. Like, go and support it. And with that, we also have our community event, which is for you guys to earn a little bit back for supporting the Honor of Kings game and esports. So go and follow us on all the social medias, as you can see below. And you have a chance to win some gaming gadgets, potentially a GT20 Pro, as well as some earphones and a watch. I mean, who doesn't love free gadgets, right? Just go follow. It takes a literal second of your time and you may be a winner of one of these fantastic gadgets.
That's right. Now, if you ever have difficulty or you're unsure of how you're supposed to try these products, you can send them over to me. I will help you test it out as well. And we'll see. But nonetheless, joke aside, do have fun with the gifts, the rewards that we're giving away for subscribing to us for Honor of Kings as well. Let's take a look at the third game, potential game ender for the side of LGD.
Yes, I mean, I really hope it's not their hand here. I really hope it's not a full steam ahead at 3-0 for LGD. I feel like Loops at least need to get a point on the board for this to be even considered a semi-finals match. But that's not to say that LGD are not the it team. I mean, they are a fantastic team, and they've showed it for all of the Season 2 Invitational as well.
Let's take a look at the heads-to-head. ABH against Musan King. It is going to be a slight difference in terms of the KDA. Musan King, obviously, with the number of games that they have played and how clinical they have been. 12.8 KDA for the side of Musan King against ABH. GPM-wise, gold per minute, I think they're pretty much even, right? And damage per minute as well. And they have shown 6 different heroes till date. So what do you think about this, Blam?
Yeah, it just shows that they have a tight selection of heroes within their jungle. I mean, they're definitely revered because that Jing was banned in Game 2 for ABH as well. So Musan King clearly did not want to be going against the Jing in Game 2. But even so, both of these players, I'd probably say Musan King most than ABH, has really shown that they can only play tanks. They can also play the assassins, like we just saw Musan King there. Fantastic daddy figure of LGD gaming in Game 2. Just being able to have a great front line start of a team fight, being able to soak so much damage and then just allow for his team just to pick off the rest. But I have to give props over here to ABH because I don't think there's any other jungler that would be as close as gold per minute to Musan King in the entire tournament than ABH.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at this point, right, I hope Loops can figure out the formula on how they're supposed to break LGD down, because LGD looks so monstrous, right? They look so strong, but you know, Loops consistently in every game is showing other teams that LGD is breakable. They do have the ability to be crippled. And now all Loops has to do is to take advantage once they, figure out what that chink in the armor is.
Yeah, I just have to say for Loops as well is that if this is obviously the end of the road for them in this Game 3, they have already played against LGD now in a very competitive scene on stage. It's not just been a scrim. They have played against them in a no-holds-barred match. And knowing this information now, going into EWC, I feel like it's only going to benefit the team even more. But they are not counted out just yet. This could be their comeback, and I thought they would have tried something a little bit more than the Mai, but hey, if it works for Kank in the mid lane, you do you, boo-boo. I'm just a caster. You're on the stage for a reason. You pick that Mai Shiranui. But once again, the Jing is being banned, and the dual ladies get their dual pass through to Game 3.
Yeah, and this is the lesson, right? And this is one that's pretty painful for the side of Loops. This is actually, you know what? No, it's not a lesson. It's a curriculum. You have to go through so many stages, and LGD is not letting up.
They literally not. They're just going like, yo, Game 2, rinse and repeat. Let's do it, bros. We're seeing here that the Ming comes through again, and we've already seen that it has a great benefit to your team and great property as well, because we saw it in Game 2. It came at a huge detriment to Loop Esports. They banned out the Dharma, which is only the real difference here so far compared to what Game 2 was. But the Nazar and the Musashi being banned through once again on the side of LGD. So LGD have generally gotten their bans on point here for Loops, but Miffy does get his Zhongfei again. We're seeing Tempest on the Mayin. I would rather have seen Tempest again on another Clash lane. Obviously, Byron was up, but they decided to go for Byron. They banned him towards the later part of the banning phase. Would have just gave him a little bit more damage, because even though this Mayin's been used as a human ward, Ken, I feel like the damage it gives is not great. And now we get that Sun Sea is I mean, I hate to say it, but it's getting more painful for the side of Luz, because if you take a look at LGD's lineup now, if Kaiser was, you know, the lesser of two evils between Byron and him, Sun Ce is the hidden destructor, because he offers so much. Not only does he have the burst, he has huge rotational speed as well. The set sail might be the game breaker on the side of Loops. They need to figure something out. Game breaker, more like backbreaker, as the amount of CC that skill can set alone is crazy. But for the side of Loops, they've gone for a little bit of a amalgamation of Game 1 and Game 2. They go for the Luna pick, which is one of their other pocket picks in the jungle. Again, LGD, all they have to do is starve that Azure Golem, and then it's kind of just like a sundown on Luna. But they go for the Dune in the jungle. Again, being a solid pick for all of Season 2 Invitational, being able to soak damage, a great front line. It just gives them everything that they need going into Game 3 to potentially give them a 3-0 victory.
Yeah, but let's not count, you know, Loops out just yet. I think one of the things they need to really keep their eyes on is the ability to split the fight. If Loops can find the marker to split the fight into 2 or even 3 segments, I think Loops have it in the bag, because we have already seen the surviving potential of just the Lady Sun along with the Ming. It's not great, right? So Loops just has to, you know, separate them from the rest of the lineup on LGD. They should be able to turn that fight around. Well, easier said than done.
I mean, yeah, you'd like to think so, with the fact that they've got a Mai Shiranui, they've got a Mayin, and then they've also got the Unbridled Rage from the Zhongfei. So a lot of pushing away. Just they need to be able to bring in the Fang, bring in the Luna to just basically capitalize on the push away from these teams, because if they don't, then they're kind of just pushing it away for no reason at all, because that's where their true damage is going to really come from. Is if the Mai's not able to get to the back of the line, they've got to rely on the Fang or the Luna. And this is Game 3. Those watching at home and those newly just tuned in, this could be the upset of the century for Loop Esports after a promising Game 1. But again, we cannot count them out. They have a little bit of a different team comp here in Game 3. But like you just said there, Kin, good little bit of extra farming in the mid lane.
Yeah, let's take a look at Luna for this point being played by ABH. So, you know, the combination for Luna is a 1 skill 1 ultimate, second skill ultimate. This takes advantage of the refresh mechanic in her skills as well. This is going to come in the Crescent Slice into the New Moon as well. As we have already seen, ABH very potent on this hero as well. And so if the combination makes sense for them, he could potentially turn and wipe out the side of LGD. It really depends on whether the team can set up nicely for him. And this is going to be a very important job coming from Tempest as well as Mythy.
Yeah, just peeping the little bit of a change of lane here that we've seen as the first time, I think it is in Global, really, when we see in Season 2 Invitational that see the farm lane go up to the mid lane, especially when they're going against the Mai Shiranui, because Lady Chen does not have the easiest of laning phases against an assassin, and obviously, there's a little bit more farm there to be had for Lady Sun, and with her being a late-game hero, if you can get her any little bit of bonus gold in the early game, it's just going to mean that she activates a lot sooner, especially when she gets those items. So playing her in the mid lane against the Mai Shiranui, especially paired with Ming as well, I think is probably a really good strat here for the side of LGD. We do see the teleport mechanic come through on the side of LGD as well. Musang King is already looking pretty prevalent in the bot side, stealing a little bit more gold. It looks like they're trying to set up a perfect storm for when this Tyrant, the first Tyrant of the game, shows up.
Yep, LGD already showcasing a slightly better understanding, right? And giving the best win conditions possible for the side of the teammates, because there's huge wave clear, there's huge burst coming in, and they will not be able to kill him. Set still.
Oh, Sun Si looking at a 2v1 here. Mai pushing away, but that was the getaway card. Oh no, Kank. There's too many kicks away, Kin. Too many kicks away, and Sun Si gets to live to see another day.
I thought he was gone. I legit thought he was gone.
Honestly, the set sail, I mean, he didn't even set sail, but he definitely set sail that his dreams of being able to escape in that 2v1 situation on the side of LGD. So props to LGD for getting out of there, but a little bit of a overly aggressive kicks from Loops, it seems. Obviously, yes, it was aided by the flash on the side of LGD, but it was they could have definitely closed that out before he even got to flash. But we see that Fang is trying to just clear this bot lane. Lady Shen still prevalent down into the bot lane as well, whereas Lady Sun is keeping it calm and collective in the mid lane, so she gets more gold. But Xiang going in for another dose of death. The ultimate shell white connect there onto ABH, but oh, Ming getting the first blood. What a violation to give your support player the first blood in Game 3 of the semifinals, kid.
Yep, and with Glide, I mean, okay, Glide does some damage, but what was that last hit?
Oh, okay, Zia goes down, they pay for it, they take penance from the side of Loop Esports. Mythy is in there soaking a lot of damage, and Dune is not a hero that can deal a lot of damage, but with Lady Sun, the dual ladies by his side, walking him down to the lane, they are able to get this tier 1 turret in the mid lane very early on from Loop Esports, but they're still not done. The Azure Golem does go down. Luna is able to keep it up, though. Sun Si was looking for a victim on his boat, and Fang could be the one. Oh, they was checking the bush. I think that was probably a really good call, because they're able to pick up the Crimson Golem now from Loop Esports.
Yep, so just playing around with the map objectives at this point. Let's take a look at the growth of the items. Already building halfway into was the Long Night Guardian for the side of the Dun. So Musang King already very tanky, along with the Patrol X as well. Itemization for the growth, it looks like Lady Chen has the Stone of Sorcery already, so some minor bursts coming in. But more importantly, on this Lady Sun, Mr. JR so close towards that Eternity Blade already.
Yeah, you can already see the efforts of trying to gain as much gold as he could in the early game, especially with the help of Ming, is just enabled him to get that Eternity Blade a little bit quicker than Loops would have hoped for. But Tempest looking for a tried and tested tactic here in the bush, looking for a bit of a patient play. We also see that Kank is there as well. Okay, she goes into the bush. JR was a little bit unsuspected. Ming is all on his own as well, but is he going to be able to escape? No. Yes, he is able to escape. What is Loops doing? They are just letting these slippery heroes get out of there, but what is not getting out of there is Fang. Sherry falling down. Mithy looking to be the next victim of LGD, but he's able to use the Unbridled Rage to jump over the wall to escape as well. So both of these teams are letting some heroes slip here, which is could be a detriment for them. Luna was sitting in that bush just hoping that they wouldn't come there for that Azure Golem, but she does lose the Azure Golem buff. So blue buff for Luna is not going to be in this part of the game.
It's a tough one for the side of Loops, but they still have the potential to come back right now. Oh, once again, nice catch. Oh,
nice catch there for Tempest, but Sunsea is very close by, setting sails onto the Mayeen, but isn't able to claim a kill because with Sunsea, he has a great defense, but his early game attack damage is probably not the best to go 1v1 against the Mayeen, especially a hero that can HP regen just by standing still. Is able to get shield as well, so but fortunately over to the side of Loop Esports, they're able to take the farm lane T1, so they are no longer turretless. They're able to take some turrets in on the side of LGD as well, hopefully trying to get this Overlord from themselves, but we see that Siang is very much close by. He knows what's going on here. Sunsea was waiting for ABH to come over the wall, and nothing comes of it. We do see the Overlord is taken down thanks to Zeri, though, so paying dividends to the Fang pick this time around, able to close a jungle objective on the side of Loop Esports.
Yep, so this is the thing, right? You never count Loops out. I really like the draft. It shows you the possible win conditions, right? Tempest, if he's able to get JR away from Zhe, no links available, he can kill him almost instantaneously. At the same time, ABH will be able to jump into the backlines with the Crescent Slice, with the passive, with the New Moon as well. So you can see the benefits, you can see the merits. Right now, it's just, can they even up the farm? Can they get the equal experience as well to be able to stand toe-to-toe?
Yep, I thought that Mithy was able to get the smite edge there for the Azure Golem on the side of Loops Esports, but not quite. We did see that Dune was able to pick that up thanks to the Unbridled, the Unruly Blade. And there's the set sail. He's looking for those stray from the team fights. He is not wanting a gank from the Mayeen or the Mai Shiranui here, or even the Luna. There's this potential gank central from the side of Loop Esports, and to be honest, Sunsea is the best hero to counter that because he can just check those bushes really fast. If he does secure and lands on a target, it's pretty much game over for these squishier heroes.
Yep, and it feels like we're already in the late game status of the game, but it's only 8.5 minutes, and it feels like, you know, LGD just have such a strong lead, even though it's just 3,000 gold ahead. And, you know, one of the things that I put as a marker is, can they force out the longevity from Zhe? And so far, in this game, Loops have not been able to force that hand yet. And that tells you volumes here, once again, 101.
1-on-1, Tempest in the Clash lane, not really going anywhere with that one, but we've seen it once or twice, the 1v1s against Sunsea and the Mayeen, and it's not quite as fruitful as we'd like it to be or action-packed. But speaking of action-packed, we do see that the Tyrant goes over to the side of Loops. They do lose the Clash lane T1, however, for the trade of the Tyrant, but I suppose when you've gone from such weak jungle games from game 1 to game 2, getting those Tyrants is going to make LGD sweat a little bit more because of that damage output. We see that JR is putting a lot of pressure onto Tempest and looking to try and take this T2, so the Tyrant trade for T2 into the Clash lane, I don't think that's becoming a positive trade for LGD right now, because that high ground turret is now open up to LGD.
Yep, so definitely not fair, right? LGD looking so strong at this point, and yes, they are strong, but Loops, they still have one entry point, right? So the benefit of playing against a Ming and Lady Sun combo is probably most of the time they will be together. If they can set up ABH as well as Kanka to really come in at the same time, catch both of them, it could be an instant melt, right? So I'm hoping to be able to see that from Loops. We'll see if they can find that positioning, and that opens up the doors for Zeri to really try and split the fight, get the kills on maybe, you know, the Lady Sun as well, maybe even Xiang. Yeah, Musang King out of the picture at this point.
Yeah, look at that goal difference across the board. All pretty much go in favor of LGD bar the Clash lane. It's very close in the mid lane and very much close in the farm lane as well, but the jungle is definitely where it separates. But look at, speaking of melting, they melt the Shadow Tyrant and they're melting the T1 in the farm lane as well, looking to aggress this higher ground turret, but Fang's ultimate is able to just clear out those minion waves without getting a little bit too close or caught out. Onto the side of Loop, there's the Unbridled Rage from Miffy. Is there going to be a bit of a connect? But no, Loops does not decide to push or play for that team fight, and Miffy's fallen here. This could be a huge detriment to their team fight and their base. Now that they lose the higher ground turret as well, we have a full strong force of LGD. Sun C to the back line as well, trying to just push and put pressure into the base. Luna is looking pretty low. She goes down. ABH is down. Kank is down. We see a 4-1 trade for the side of LGD. LGD looking to take a clean 3-0 from the side of Loop Esports. They have no minions here, but they are hoping that Doom can tank the Crystal enough, and he did. That's the true power of the Doom pick. He's able to soak the Crystal damage and able to take Game 3. 3-0 Kin? Semifinals?
Yeah, not what we expected here, Blam, but for sure, this was such a strong showing from LGD, Malaysia, and you can see finally the emotions have relaxed, they're smiling a little more. And let's throw it over to Choo Choo in a quick bit, because, I mean, this interview is going to be crazy, right? We expected a more even matchup, but LGD just broke all of the rules here.
Absolutely, but we're going to hand it over to Choo Choo for, it looks like, the losing interview.
Thank you, Carlos. We're back on the live stage here in Sunway Velocity Mall, which is going to be the Honor of Kings semi-finals here. And we have, unfortunately, for the Honor of Kings Invitational 2024 Season 2 journey, this is going to be the end of journey for the side of Team Loops. But it's not the end of everything yet for them, because you guys still have EWC in Riyadh. Now, coming up from the teams, thank you so much for such a performance, but what do you have to say for all your supporters and your mamas and moms out there that's been supporting you?
Bom jogo, foi muito bom, e não acaba tudo aqui, né? Tem a competência IWC agora fim de mês, né? Vai continuar. E aqui o pessoal quer saber o que você quer dizer para todos os seus fãs e para suas mães que estão vendo você jogar aqui desde a Malásia. Uma mensagem final.
Eu quero agradecer a todo mundo que está assistindo, acompanhando a gente, porque querendo ou não, foi uma carreira bem boa pra gente, sabe? A gente demonstrou o nosso potencial e poderia ter demonstrado mais, mas enfim. Quero agradecer a todo mundo que está assistindo, acompanhando, quem se tornou também torcedor da Lux agora nessa carreira. O pessoal do Brasil que está assistindo, muito obrigado também. É de manhã lá, todos os jogos estão sendo de manhã, então eu agradeço de coração mesmo todo mundo que está assistindo. E é isso, agora vai ter a WC, a gente vai estar, se Deus quiser, melhor para chegar lá e obter um resultado melhor, e acho que é isso, sabe?
Want to thank everyone in every single time zone for their support. I think we did quite well all in all. It didn't come out the result we wanted, but I think we will keep on working so that we are more prepared for the EWC and impress everyone with everything that we can do.
Now we're looking forward for that. From my side, I need a favor for you guys. Can I have you guys shout, "See you in EWC"? Can we actually do that? Coming up from the shows.
In English.
Yeah, see you EWC, okay?
Para gritar para a câmera, see you in EWC.
All of you guys, okay? See you EWC, okay.
Vai. 1, 2, 3.
See you in EWC.
Thank you so much. Okay, but before that, we're gonna have a give a bow for all your audience out there. So.
Por favor, com a cabeça para frente. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Ida, for the side of Loops. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So, and also that was a great performance coming up from the side of Loops. And thank you so much, Andrea, as per usual. But coming up from the winning team, I'm still gonna stand over there. LGD Malaysia. My, oh my. Now we have the Malaysian flag here. And welcome back, Jimmy. I miss you, buddy. Okay, can you guys stand a bit to the front? Nah, don't be shy. A bit to the front. Ke depan sikit bang. Oh, okay. LGD are winner and the first team to go to the grand finals for the Honor of Kings Invitational 2024 Season 2. Congratulations once again. But I think everybody here, some of them first day coming here, some of them your new fan, some of them want to know about you. Can you reintroduce yourself with your role? Can we start from the far right? Kalau korang kan kat sini ramai fan baru datang. Ada yang tak kenal lagi. Ada yang baru nak kenal. Boleh tak you bagi tahu nama you apa, role you apa?
Saya anak LGD umur 19.
Single?
Saya main support.
Main support. Single tak? Single?
Single kat dia.
Okey, tak payah. 19 tahun single, misteri. Okey, next one. Coach pun sama juga. Coach pun sama.
Hai semua, nama saya Joker, LGD Joker. Saya coach dekat LGD.
Nama saya LGD Jia. Saya main farmland.
Saya LGD Zihong, saya main midland.
Saya LGD Musangki, saya main jungle.
Nama saya LGD Siang, saya main Clashland.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. Nama saya Jimmy. Saya seorang jungler.
Jimmy. Banyaklah fan Jimmy kat luar sana. Bila kita nak tengok Jimmy main?
Next time.
Next time. Dia tengah busy study, okay?
Ada peluang.
Tengah exam kan? Tengah exam. Okay, kita boleh pass mic dekat coach lah. Saya nak bertanya dengan coach. Tapi sebelum tu kita bagi kejap. Sorry coach. Musang King yang mana? Musang King? Tu mic. Tak apa. Pegang je. Okay, boleh. Musang King. Why is your name Musang King? Kenapa awak pilih Musang King?
Because our teammate like to eat Musang King.
Siapa? Who the one who like most?
The coach very like.
Ini pandai ni ambil hati coach ni. So basically his name Musang King is because a lot of his teammates love eating Musang King. If you guys don't know, Musang King is a type of a fruit. We call it durian. The different variety of it is going to be Musang King. One of the most expensive one they like, you know. This, no joke lah, this team. Okay, now we can pass to the coach. Ni coach orang Sabah ni. Okay, coach. Sekarang ni, untuk selepas ini korang akan menentang tim untuk di Grand Finals. Jadi persiapan daripada coach macam mana? So basically for this, you guys the first team to advance into the Grand Finals. How's the preparation for the team so far?
Actually, we just do as a normal. Yeah, because we so much confident we can go to the final. So right now what we are doing, just like all the step like in our planning. Yeah. So our planning is get 0 defeat in this tournament.
Oh, so far still 0.
Yes, so far right now it's still 0.
More Musang King for you after this maybe. Okay, but last but not least, what do you have for all your fans across the entire, like here we have, not just that. We want to test you today. Can you say in Malay, English and Chinese? For all your supporters.
Malay dulu kan. Nama saya Joker, saya berlahir di Sabah. English, I used to be...
Cakap fan, kita orang semua kena ada Joker. Yang support.
Yang support, okay. So thank you everyone to come here to support us. And don't forget tomorrow, 7 p.m. see you here again. 还有感谢在座的支持。然后我也看到举着我们的国旗的，也感谢你们，不管是在现場的還是在這個電視上的，都感謝你們支持。I give you 2 extra 啦 ，Cantonese。多謝大家嚟到呢度支持我哋嚇，因為冇你哋嘅支持，我哋做唔到今日。
Melayu jangan lupa Melayu.
Melayu sudah kan?
Tadi cakap nama je.
Boleh juga. Saya arah lagi satu. Saya punya dialek Hakka. Ngaya Hakka angin. Ngaya Hakka say.
Satu lagi bang. Sabah.
Boleh ba?
Boleh ba?
Ya.
Itu je?
Sumandak Tambururing.
Oh, Bang, saya tak boleh cari makan dah macam ni bang. Saya tak boleh cari makan. You jadi host lepas ni lah Joker. Tapi can we have another cheer for Ajay? Wait. Okay, from my cue, okay? Can we shout one time LGD all together at my cue, okay? 1, 2, 3.
LGD.
Okay.
Actually, dia ada nak tanya.
Oh, nak tanya, okay. Boleh tanya.
Who is the champion?
Thank you so much, everybody. We're going to toss it back to the casters. This is going to be LGD. Who will they face for the next one?
Who are the champions, Kin?
It is going to be LGD. What a cheer.
Yes. I mean, for him to be one of the youngest on the team and have so much charisma is great to see, and great potential for himself as development as well. So again, props to LGD Gaming, the Malaysian team, absolutely smashing out another non-defeated match there against Loops. When things seemed very tight in game 1, Kin, they just proved themselves. They just turned the heat up by just even a notch, and LGD was sort of like, we're not sweating, we did good.
Yeah, they switch up the gears, and of course for Loops, this is the end of the journey for them in this Invitational, but you will see them again in the Esports World Cup. I do have one sentence that I think will kind of summarize their status at this point. It's called Illis Votaro Mais Fortes. They will come back stronger. Kaiba, I'm speaking to you as well as the coach of Loops.
Absolutely, and we are looking into the post-game stats of Game 3, and we're just seeing a little bit of the same old Sungun dance, unfortunately, onto the side of Loop Esports. The Mai Shiranui pick wasn't probably their most greatest pick, but then when, for the entire of the Season 2 Invitational, no matter what the team is, that Lady Chen pick has been so highly contested, and it seems that Red side always have a huge favor because they get the first 2 picks, and it doesn't matter that they managed to secure that Mai as the first pick on the blue side. It just didn't quite pop off, I think, the way that Loops wanted it to.
Yeah, because there was no entry point, right? And I think one of the things that we have to point is how Che has been playing so well. He actually switched up his itemization this game, went for the breakthrough rope instead. And with the Crimson Shadow going into the Radiance, it actually slowed down the movement speed of Loops as well, which hindered the potential combo of AVH and Kanker coming in. The last moment of the fight, we saw them going the combo. It was beautiful, but it was just not enough because they were so far behind in terms of gold as well.
Yes, it was just unfortunate for them into Game 3, but I feel like when you try the same comp over again, especially like against LGD Gaming, and they changed theirs ever so subtly. They changed the Liam Po, they changed the Kaiser to the Dune as well, so there's not really a lot that LGD can't do, it seems, in this tournament, and rightfully, as I said, towards the end there, they're already claiming themselves as the champions, but looking at the damage outputs for both of these teams, the Mai Shiranui actually does the most damage, but it just had the least, like, game or kill closing potential, it seemed. The amount of getaways we saw in that game, Kin, was a little bit hard to watch at times.
Yep, it's difficult, right? And at this point, I think it's really clear why, because at this point, I think Xiang was actually having the Succubus Cloak already, so he had not just magical defense, he had additional magic shield from the item as well. So it was really hard for Loops to kind of deal damage against it, and Xiang always made it a point to engage onto the backlines of Loops, so it made life really difficult. And at the same time, JR had already hit his full strides, dealing 48,000 in this match itself, and with the help of Che, like I mentioned earlier in the game, they did not manage to force his hand to use the longevity at any point. So it was not really ideal for Loops. They needed more time.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see there as well with LGD, just as it disappears, the team fight rate was a lot better at the Game 3, and you could really see it in Game 3, the fact that they weren't losing many of their turrets as well. So actually, yes, 2 turrets were taken, but then to 7 of LGD taken down is not to be compared, it seems. But a little bit less focus in the jungle really allowed them to take those towers as well, like we saw towards the mid-game on Loops, where they took the Tyrant but then lost the Clash T1, but then it gambled into Clash T2, and then when LGD got the gains from that Clash lane fight, they was like, hey, Shadow Tyrant's going to be up in any second now, so we may as well just wait for that, get 2 Clash lane turrets, and then we're going to be way more ahead in damage, gold, and lane priority. And speaking of jungle, I think it would be a misunderstanding to not give Musang King an MVP in this series, as he's played jungle pretty much to perfection in all 3 of these matches.
Yep, 38,000 damage dealt along with the corresponding 39,000 damage taken as well. He was the human shield for the side of LGD, providing them with so much space in order to, take the distractions, give the distractions to the side of Loops. You will see here in the gameplay as well.
Yeah, we just saw so much fruitfulness on the side of LGD, but we saw so much denial on the side of Loop Esports, just like we saw there that 2v1 was able to get out of there. The Sun Sea was able to set sail and live another day on the side of LGD, but then we saw First Blood go over to Je on the side of LGD, which seemed like a little bit of a disrespect, a little bit of violation for the side of Loop Esports. And then Mithy was just trying to soak the damage in the mid lane, just falls down there. I honestly feel like in Game 3, Kin, I don't know if you feel the same sentiment, but Mithy was trying to set up some plays, but the plays just didn't actually follow through. Like we saw towards the end in the farm lane, when that high ground turret was being taken, Mithy dives in, but then the rest of the team was like, whoa, no, let's not. And then they stayed behind that high ground turret, and then ultimately it closed out the match.
Yep, yeah, he was trying to open room for Zeri to come in as well, but unfortunately at this point they were just too far ahead on the side of LGD. And LGD, like you see Mithy, the moment JR is able to melt Mithy in such a state, the game is pretty much over, especially when they have entry. And I really like this. This was the moment I was talking about. They had the combinations in accordance with Tempest as well, but it was just too little too late at this point.
The fact that it was able to take Game 3 Crystal as well without any minions was definitely a kind of like a Team Secret no smite. It was like, hey, let's just one-up that. Let's have no minions at the Gorge Crystal and let's still take it. And that just shows you that why LGD are now your first finalists going into tomorrow's match. And it's all going to be down to this next series, Kin. TS versus VKS. I was excited for this match. This should be creme de la creme, surely.
Oh, for sure. So in our first edition of the Brazil-Malaysia matchup, we are going to have Malaysia coming out in the grand finals as one of the finalists. Now, second game, of course, Vivo Key Stars, the strongest of Chok VR, but also the winners of Season 1, look to prove that they are the deserving ones to sit beside LGD and maybe look to crush them in the grand finals.
We certainly hope so anyway. Because, I mean, a Brazilian versus Malaysia team in the grand finals would just be a rolling theme throughout the Season 2 Invitational knockout stages, which would be really cool because we sometimes we don't see many of the Western teams get this far in tournaments like this. So for them to even get into the semi-finals, I feel like really shows dividends for the scene of Brazil and obviously the growing scene of the rest of the West. So fair play to all the teams that managed to get into knockout stages, didn't quite get out of the chopping board of the quarterfinals, but hey, these semi-final matches have been absolutely great. I mean, I honestly thought that Loops would have done a little bit better than that Game 1. It seemed like a very promising start to Game 1 in that whole series, but then it kind of just teetered off towards Game 2, Game 3, as LGG just applied more pressure to the wound.
Well, like I like to say, there are facts and then there are opinions as well. So right now, the opinion is Team Secret as well as Vivo Key Stars. It should be a very tight match, right? We thought the same of the first series itself, but the facts of the matter is LGD was just that much better. So let's take a look if Team Secret does have the secret formula to deal with Vivo Key Stars. Now, this will be the end of this for now. We will see you back in a bit. Get ready for seatbelts for the best series of the day.
them life, but curse them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliché.
Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories.
Hey, that might work.
Got it.
Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun.
How about this?
That's enough! Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but
I'm
me!
born this way, ay. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Raised to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-A, doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I'll go the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Knock me down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know how. The one who go buzz them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Face not face, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, it's why I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. I got you. Another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. You got a champion, second me last. Work hard, calling out for the game. There's a so high, won't you yell out my name when I sing a song of
This is my story. A story of honor. A story of bravery. A story of heroes.
All I need is a target.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you choose a long-range marksman to take down enemies in the distance, only to find the enemies constantly staying at the edge of your attack range. When you enthusiastically pick a high-burst mage, planning to crush the opponents, but the enemies keep sneaking outside your vision. The professional players have long been using the small tricks in their settings for smooth operations. Let's take a look at how the pros set up their game. Change the setting from fixed camera to camera shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that professional players are using. Play like a pro to dominate the enemy team effortlessly. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only.
welcome back everybody to the semifinals of Season 2 Invitational Honor of Kings tournament. Today you have me, Blam, and with me since the previous series is Mr. Kindo Fu. How are we feeling going into semifinals match 2?
Great. At this point, we're hoping that it's going to be an exciting match between the two teams, and of course, there are very huge expectations, right, coming out. VKS, of course, as we all know, the champions of Season 1. But Team Secret, no slouch either. They have been showing off pretty significant strategies and execution. So I think we have a pretty intense match in our hands.
Oh, yes, definitely. And it's getting only more and more intensifying with these matches, because when this tournament ends, our next one will begin very shortly, and it is none other than the Esports World Championship, MSI, and obviously this is one of our sponsors for the Season 2 Invitational, so those that have been here since day 1 of Season 2 know that the top 8 teams get to go through to EWC MSI, where they will hopefully compete against the KPL Dream Team, which is going to be super duper interesting to see how these teams fare against the KPL Dream Team. So once again, thanks EWC for sponsoring.
Yep, that's right. So this won't be the last time you see them as well. Now, there's another thing I want you to pay attention to, and that actually is the Infinix GT20 Pro. So you pay attention to the game, right? But do you pay attention to the frame rate? That's actually one of the benefits of the phone. You will be able to play the game at 120 FPS. That's one of the smooth transitions of the game. So every time you get a kill, every time you get an assist, you will see it crystal clear with the smooth frame rate as well.
Yes, everything's been smooth up until now, so again, really this shows the potential of the GT20 Pro from Infinix, and smooth gameplay has what the semifinals is all being about, it seems, Kin, but not quite as smooth for Loops, as they did lose 3-0, but very, very smooth for LGD. Loops, however, did make them shake a little bit, especially in that game 1, but it seems like LGD was just level-headed. They knew what they had to do to up the ante if game 2 and game 3, and just clearly took their way to a 3-0. But that's not the only Brazil versus Malaysia matchup we have today, is it, Ken?
Yep, it is going to be Team Secret going up against VKS, Vivo Heat Stars. At this point, we're looking to shake up the arena over at Sunway Velocity Mall, and at this point, it really is who can stand their ground in all of this quaking.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't really want to call it just yet, because we don't want to cast a curse, do we, Kim? We don't want to do any of that for these next two teams. I mean, Team Secret have had a little bit of a more interesting journey to Season 2, because they lost against LGD in their normal qualifier, but then they had the last chance qualifier, and they came out top of all the teams, king of the kings, and all you can see is these players here really showing some respect onto their name as they've made it this far into the semi-finals. And if it wasn't for any singular one of these amazing players on the side of Team Secret, I don't think they would have gotten this far. Indeed, hey, they've proven without Smite, they have still the fight, what it takes to get this far into the Season 2 Invitational. So here they are coming through onto the stage. A little bit of a trip there, unfortunately, for one of the players onto Team Secret. Let's hope that's the only trip for them in this best of 5.
Yeah, for sure. So they will be represented by the 5 players here, looking a little bit shaky on stage already. But as we all know, TNX, one of the core members of the team, will make it better for them.
I mean, they are a very young team compared to their opponents, the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational champions, but not only that, the back-to-back champions of Chuck BR 23 and 24. You have VKS with still some of the same roster from all the way from 2023, which is Niap, Danny, and Juan. And all of these players on this team have shown why they are on VKS's roster, and Danny's opening words within the tournament were that this is the best roster they've had as VKS to date. So here they are walking through to the stage. Hopefully none of them trip like Team Secret did there, and hopefully they have a clean as walk onto the gorge as they do onto the stage right now. Here is VKS, the Brazilian Seed 1 team, Let's hear it for them in the chat and obviously offline as well.
Yeah, we do have a lot of Brazilian fans in the streams as well, right? At this point, they're hoping for a win for the Brazilian side after Loops has been knocked out by LGD. Now, I think we are in the stage where I think VKS kind of edge it out, right? They have the advantage in terms of the gameplay, in terms of the results. So it really is the ball in the court of VKS. Now the question is, can Team Secret shake it up? Can they make them quiver?
We can only hope that VKS can make the Malaysian second seed team quiver. And here is Xuan, TNX, Long, Sun, and Hu Huan on the side of Team Secret. All these players have obviously already proven the reason why they're in the season 2 semi-finals, and I feel like they've still got so much yet to prove, especially going into EWC, already qualifying for it. So no matter what happens in this best of 5 against their opponents, and this is their lineup for the opponents.
Yep, Vivo Key stars. We do have the superstar team here: Niap, Dani, Wan, Caesar, as well as Mena. All of them have been impressive thus far, and it looks like things won't change. In fact, it will get even better for VKS.
Yeah, we can only really hope that they up the ante more than Loops did, because like I was saying in the post-break introduction, that Loops managed to get LGD look a little bit shaky, kind of give him a right hook, get him a bit like back against the ropes kind of thing, but not quite enough to be like a knockout punch. So hopefully VKS have the power within their fists to try and take down the second seed of Malaysia for the respect of their second team losing there. But we are going to have a little look at the head-to-head. It sees that Team Secret team fight rate is a little bit big, a little bit more than the side of Evo Keystars. But then we look at the average kills, very neck and neck. Damage per second, once again, a very neck and neck. But that first blood rate, just like Loops, is a lot more than the side of Team Secret.
Yep, 80%. That's a really high first blood rate coming in from the side of VKS. Team Secret, of course, much lesser, 29%. So it shows you the early game aggression, as maybe, you know, also the clinical rate of how VKS plays.
Yes, I mean, we've seen it time and time again on the side of Evo Keystars that they are very aggressive in the early game. I don't think they'll have as much trouble of kind of closing off the mid and late game as we saw Loops did there. So hopefully their drafts give them a little bit more of a sustain into these this best of 5 series against Team Secret, because I can only imagine that VKS have a much wider hero pool than Loops Esports.
Yep, as well as touted as the best coach in Brazil, right? So at this point, it's a role reversal. This time it's the #1 of Brazil going up against the #2 of Malaysia. So will the results differ, or will the results speak for themselves in terms of, you know, VKS taking the win?
I think Team Secret know this, Ken, to be honest, because if they don't know this, then they are going into this team fights and going into this best of 5 or blindfolded, it seems, because VKS are not a team to underestimate. And already what seems like a bit of a focused ban on the side of Team Secret. The Masashi getting taken out first on the side of Team Secret because they know VKS Danny is probably one of the best junglers in the Season 2 Invitational.
Yep, so one of the things that is really clear is they want to don't want to deal with the anti-heal properties, right? So you can expect a healing composition coming out from TS. Either someone like a Kaiser or someone maybe Arlie is also okay. You know, no Illuminating Slash to kind of block things out. But she does have the Maple Dance.
Yep, Arlie already been one of the contested picks for all the teams in the Season 2 Invitational. So seeing her come through as blue side priority is going to be not surprising, to say the least, kid. But then over to the side of VKS, they do take out the Mai and the Chow. They do not want another Malaysian Chow combo coming through, but they do lock in the Dolia and Elaine. So Niap on the Elaine has been pretty strong throughout the entire of the tournament. And then Dolia just keeping 100% appearance rate true and true going through to the semifinals.
Yeah, you know, with this Dolia pick, there's a couple of things that I think Team Secret needs to focus on. It that might be the Kaiser as well. A double Invincible Warrior or maybe a double Death by Sunset could be detrimental to the side of Team Secret as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dolia paired with the Elaine means there's going to be 2 deaths on Sunsets, which just gives VKS Niap a lot more airtime than he would normally have. And when you're trying to dodge the likes of the Ali, the Charlotte, and obviously the Lady Jen as well, having dual hair time is going to be a lot better for you, but they do lock in the Lady Sun, so the lady that pretty much carried LGD to a victory in all 3 games is going over to the side of VKS, and now they are looking to ban a few more of the jungles this time around. So Jing getting met with the ban hammer, and potentially we'll probably see maybe a Kaiser ban for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, it's got to be really important because on the side of Team Secret, they already have Charlotte, right? So the ban on Jing makes sense. They don't want to allow that easy backline access to touch onto Lady Sun as well. Caesar needs to be protected. So I really like the Jing ban. Now let's take a look at what the final ban is coming out from VKS. Now I expect no less than a very smart ban, perhaps towards making life a little bit more difficult, and the Luna definitely makes sense as well. Fits the bill of instant backline access. It could also group them up, which will be horrendous if Lady Chen gets the destructive deluge onto them as well.
Yes, as they do set up that Kaiser for the final ban on the side of Team Secret, we see Luna goes down as well. Is this going to mean that VKS are able to set up a done pick or another tanky jungler pick for themselves? No, they go into lock in the Angela. So a mid lane hero that was very prevalent in the Open Series and Season 1 Invitational as well. Not quite so much in Season 2. We've either seen the Lady Shen come through, Princess Frost, Ganamo, Maestro Nui, Shangguan, but the Angela are not getting enough airtime on the Gorge itself, but it does mean the Doom pick, however, goes over to the side of Team Secret as well as the Yarria, and then VKS Danny picking up one of his key picks, I have to say, from the Chuck BR 24 tournament is the Hino in the jungle.
Yep, makes a lot of sense, right? For that Hino pick, it's going to be very tanky for sure. I think he's going to go for full lifesteal base to make sure he buys enough time. That's why the Angela was picked. That's why the Lady Sun was picked, because they will be the ones who deal majority of the damage for VKS.
Absolutely. We're kind of looking over here at the overall KDA of the teams as well. So VKS currently at the top of the leaderboards with 132 kills, but also 80 deaths. But then if we look over to the side of Team Secret, they only have 100 kills, but only 45 deaths. So the difference between the kills and the deaths, I kind of feel like it balances itself out with both of these teams. So it's going to be really interesting to see if VKS are going to be as aggressive as they normally are. I feel like with the Hino in the early game, it's not going to be that aggressive for game 1. What do you think, Ken?
I think they need to keep eyes on the Hino, right? If they allow Danny to be taken out early in the game, it's going to destroy the growth and restrict whatever options they have in the mid game as well. So you can expect the jungle invasions to be quite heavy coming out from the side of Team Secret.
Speaking of quite heavy, is that presence in the mid lane for the red team here on the side of VKS, it seems. We have not only Lady Sun, Dolia, and Angela in the mid lane, but they've now kind of broken away a little bit here. Looks like one is helping Hino clear the Azure Golem a little bit faster and clear the jungle faster, as we see that one is heading down to the bot lane. So we're seeing that mid and farm lane switcheroo that Season 2 has been a little bit of an exclusive meta here.
Yeah, for sure. So let's take a deeper look into one of the heroes here. It's going to be the Yarria. So Yarria's passive will allow her to transform into a deer. At this point, she is also able to give crowd control, right, to the opponents, so she can refresh her skill cooldowns, right, once she gets into a deer form. And Yuhan will be the victim of the first blood here, which means VKS keep up that 80% first blood rate.
Yep, they are going for their MO, it seems, and the MO is working for the side of VKS. Unfortunately, Caesar took quite a few damage shots from the turret there that a squishy hero like the Lady Sun could find quite troublesome. But Quite a bit of action here into the Clash lane. Could we see a potential 2v1? No, they're just looking to just mitigate the lane itself and just make it go even Stevens in the Clash lane as we see a bit of a rotation down into the mid lane.
Yep, they will try Xuan one-on-one against Niap, and at this point, it's really just peeling them down, right? They want them to TP back to the base. Mayna gonna get the ult onto Sun as well, but Maple Down's gonna help him out for a little bit. Oh, what a nice block there.
Nice block indeed, and we are seeing, again, Mayna and Sessa are currently putting a lot of pressure down into the bot lane here. They've switched around the roles. Okay, Kid?
Yep, one-on-one. TNX will move out of the way. They will secure the Crimson Golem for themselves. And Team Secret not looking too good in the early parts of the game. They will try re-engage as well. Sun able to deal some damage. TNX, he is going to try 3v1, but Dani is just too strong at this point. VKS maintain their lead.
Yeah, it seems like that invade was more of a mental mind game rather than a acquisition of the Crimson Golem, because we saw that Sun actually got it. And okay,
he's falling
Kid?
a bit low. Yep, he will not be able to make it out that well with a lot of his health left. They will get the TP as well, but Team Secret just unable to find an opening yet again.
It seems like the Brazilian team are the slippery ones this time around, doesn't it, Kin? Because they are able to get out with no loss of life within the past 2 engages from Team Secret. But already looking at a very stable, very neck-and-neck goal difference between both of these teams, which has been really interesting. Team Secret currently just taking it ahead by 0.5k, which is not a lot. You cannot write home and your mother be proud of you for having 500 gold difference right now going into the 4th minute when we see the Tyrant and Overlord prop up.
Yep, it would be nice to make your mom proud of that, but at this point, Dani once again getting the level advantage, right? 1 level ahead of TNX.
Yeah, 1 level ahead. This is just classic Dani, and we know that Hino is just able to clear these jungle camps a little bit more effective than the Doom pick. Doom normally needs a little bit of assistance here, and speaking of assistance, the Yari is coming through trying to assist something here in the farm lane, it seems, Kin.
Yep, they want to make sure they peel them down, so this will be an ideal fight for the side of VKS. But I think TNX is ready looking at what's happening here. The Tyrant's going to be falling low, but Dani gets the steal instead, and it's going to be a kill coming in as well. Xuan flashes, tries to get out, and there will be no victims, but just the Tyrant at this point. It's just VKS all over the map.
Can we really call it just the Tyrant there, especially after a crucial kill, Fefkin? I mean, that is definitely a favorable outcome for the side of VKS, is to claim the first Tyrant of the game, but not lose any lives as well. That normally comes at a great cost, as obviously as alchemists, it's the law of equivalent exchange. It's normally one thing for another. But VKS, however, was able to completely deny that rule for now.
Yep, exactly. It's a good trade, but you know, Team Secret, they're doing well for themselves, not getting killed off at any of these engages as well.
We see a fierce push here down into the bot lane for Team Secret, playing a bit more macro than the side of the Brazilian Titans, but that is going to be soon answered to the Clash lane T1 falling for Team Secret. So yes, they were able to get the farm lane T1, but that was soon answered for VKS. And this is one of the things I really enjoy about this team, Ken, is the fact that they are quick to respond to anything. But Ken, we may have something going on here.
The Fate Rewind going to be dropped down, nothing too much at this point. It's all about the top lane. Pincer in, Xuan gets vision here. They're calling them to move back. Kinect still pretty healthy at this point, but it's really about the map control. Right now, you can see VKS have a little bit more map control. They're delaying that potential Overlord take as well.
I think the one thing they got to kind of just maybe peep going into at the 6-minute mark is the fact that the RLD has the Doomsday as well. So not only the attack speed boots, she's gone for the Doomsday, which just boosts her basic attacks, which are already pretty much hit like a truck, it seems. For somebody that has a Parasol, it definitely seems a lot more deadly ever since that last buff onto Arlie a few weeks ago. But a few singular items being built here, a few burning capes to obviously counter the healing on the side of VKS, but Mayna almost getting knocked up there and could have been pushed upon by Team Secret. Team Secret still having the gold lead ever so slightly as well.
You really like the Doomsday pickup, right? You know, they're not exactly very tanky on the side of BKS as well. So this gives potential for Sun to really just change the state of the fights instantly as well. But we'll see a rotation coming in. Can they catch them out? Who gets spotted out by Sun as well? It is going to be the knockup onto Xuan, but it's going to be Yuhan who gets the first kill of this skirmish. They make it out, Team Secret. Can he get more? Danny, caught in no man's land. 1v4, uses the Fate Rewind. He will get out, and it's still a win for the side of Team Secret.
Yes, I think that was very clutch play there by VKS Danny, but unfortunately for the side of Team Secret, they was able to take back what they wasn't able to exchange for the Tyrant earlier on. Was a kill on the board for themselves, and it already looks like it might be an engage here for them. Both teams here for VKS and Team Secret. Not quite, Ken, not quite. There's a lot of hesitance between these two teams, it seems.
Yeah, we can see the tangle, right? So at this point, the important thing is really establishing some wave management, so they will be able to get the neutral objectives as well. So 45 seconds before the next neutral objective in the form of Tyrant. I think VKS don't want to give away too much.
No, I think if they do start to give away too much, that gold difference will slowly climb in the favor of Team Secret. But Angela just using that blazing brilliance to clear the minion wave is probably a good use of that ultimate. But Kin, is Niap going to be falling here?
He's not going to. At this point, it's really just peel. But if Xuan gets caught here, not going to happen as well. So they don't want to, waste their resources at this point because the Tyrant is going to be coming up in the next 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, it looks like Dune's already sort of trying to use the Overlord at its last legs to try and take it, and they do. So TNX claims the first Overlord thanks to... didn't need his team. It was literally just a 1v1, but okay.
Yep, Sun actually gets the kill. They will continue the engage as well. TNX in the middle of 3 will tank through it all. Fate Rewind going to be forced out, and he will make it out safely, but they're still in the midst of the fight. They will now get their hands on the support. Mayna should be safe for now.
Another clutch Fate Rewind there for the side of VKS. Danny really liking this pick because it gives you a little bit of a second wind without the Sage Sanctuary, but we are seeing a bit of engage here.
Yep, they will get rid of Niap as well. Here comes a dive. Team Secret, they're feeling very strong. Can they do it? Mayna will be taken up next as well. There is no more Fate Rewind. Danny fighting against 4, caught in the middle. They will kill him off as well. Team Secret, they're doing it.
It seems so, doesn't it? It does definitely seem so with such a great team fight there in the mid lane from Team Secret. And they're going to get that tier 2 up into the Clash lane as well. So plenty of real estate being taken here by the side of Team Secret. And that very even gold lead has definitely left them far behind on the side of VKS. But here's a replay for you to cover here, Ken.
Yep, there's the Wandering Beam that actually spoils the fight. That's why Sesa could not make it out. And when he's down, right, there's a lot of damage that will not be available for the side of VKS, which is why Team Secret just dived into the middle because they knew no one was there to protect Danny as well.
Yeah, knowing that ultimate is on cooldown is probably at the detriment of Danny, and this shows the skill level of Team Secret, looking to go for another barrage of attacks onto that tier 1 in the mid lane, but was able to wipe out the minion wave there. So no mid lane just yet, but still.
Yep, they're wasting all the points here. There's no more damage coming in from the side of VKS. Xuan will get a KO on Mayna as well. They are trying to recover something out of this fight. Fate Rewind going to be used as well, but they're all falling low. Team Secret, they're just so strong. Can they deal with it? Danny and then 1v3 being caught out while the rest of his team is dying. And here comes the chase from Xuan as well. TNX trying to go for the kill, but that's all they need. Team Secret take the mid tower as well.
VKS had some really good positioning there, especially from the sides of Niap and Juan, but it was unfortunate that Juan was able to go through to the top part and take Niap 1v1 whilst we saw that VKS Danny was just onto the brush to the side of the T2 turret in the mid lane. Was hoping for a more effective blazing brilliance come from VKS1, but it didn't quite fall through as we're seeing that tankiness come from the Dune right now. And let's have a little quick look at the gold difference. So Clash lane already looking a very favorable lane for the side of Team Secret, whereas the jungle is very neck and neck. Mid lane is definitely going out of the grasp of VKS1, which is very unlike VKS1. He normally has a very strong performance in these tournaments. And then for the farm lane, very neck and neck once again.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit too preemptive about throwing their skills at this point, and it's costing them the fight as well. We might see an engage here. 10X going to lay down the Wind Slash to nothing at this point, because right now they have the debuff with the Primal Bond, so they won't be too aggressive with this.
No, yeah, they can't take it too much, but again, having that Tyrant is going to be a huge advantage for the side of Team Secret. That extra damage is also just going to help these team fights even more, and it's going to be meaning that Danny's able to get whittled down, but that Fate Recall gets caught out. Oh no!
Yeah, Danny will be taken out. What a huge mistake here, and Team Secret might capitalize on this. They feel so strong. There is an open objective in the map as well.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a miscalculation there by VKS, it seems, because Danny got caught pretty much. They had his number, and it looks like they got more here.
Oh, Xuan just diving in against 4. He's so confident about this. Gets to kill a Rampage for the side of Team Secret as well. Credits to the team, and they will be looking to end the game at this point. Can they get the kill? Death by Sunset will be put down. It is going to be a deterrence, but Nyap is not going to be alive for much longer. TNX gets the kill. Team Secret, they're on the base, but they will be pushed back for the moment.
I think that's the only thing they can really hope for here on the side of VKS is now that Team Secret have access to their base. They've got to play even more careful. They can't have their cake and eat it, per se, because if they're too aggressive, they could be falling victim to a backdoor mechanic by the side of Team Secret, but they can't be too defensive, because if they just chill and play to the back of their base, all it takes is another fantastic team fight from Team Secret, and they're able just to capitalize on their crystal. And honestly, VKS is not having a strong game one, I have to say, Ken.
Yeah, it could be tournament jitters, right? This is grand final slot.
Speaking of grand finals, is this going to be a grand final fight?
Yeah, is it gonna be? Because Xuan is gonna try and catch out the back lines as well. Sun gonna get rid of Seiza. That's a lot of damage gone from the side of VKS. They are turning it around though. That's 3 knockups in that space itself. 10X gets out. It's gonna be a 1-for-3 trade. VKS, they fight back.
Yeah, I mean, even after a successful team fight like that, just having a 3-1 trade, it's just showing that they can't get to the Charlotte, and Charlotte's just basically provoking them, and you can see here that she's just able to provoke them.
Skills wasted once again. So I think it's a bit scary, right, for VKS.
Oh yeah, it's definitely very shaky game one. I don't feel like it's not quite over yet. If we can see VKS get another solid team fight like that, but then try and work around the Dune pick, because Dune is just that immovable object meets the unstoppable force, but on the side of VKS, there doesn't seem to be anything that is pretty unstoppable right now, because we've already seen that VKS Danny, the Fate Rewind, has already been faltered and found its flaws so far. And the Dolia pick, I don't rate this pick more so into this team comp, I don't feel. I mean, 2 Blazing Brilliance, but we could see a steal here, Kin.
Oh, it's not gonna be. TNX denies them, and this is Team Secret's fight to take. They can take out 2 already. Right now, Danny caught in the middle. Fate Rewind will not last, and Nyap will be caught in a 1-on-4. He can do so much, but he can only do so much for this time, because Team Secret base is open for the taking. VKS will not make it against this team.
Why do I feel like that's the first quadra kill of the tournament, Kid? It seems like I haven't seen many of those quad kills come up for any of these teams, but I think this is game one already written in the stars for VKS here, Kid. Unfortunately, losing game one is VKS.
Yeah, VKS, I think they really got outmatched here. This first game, very good understanding of the draft, right, coming out from Team Secret. That Dun, TNX doing so much work, and with the last deny on the Tyrant, I think that was the winning condition of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret just throwing some more respect on Dun's name here, it seems, because it's just a great pick for soaking up damage, being a fantastic frontline, and then when that's paired with Sun on the Arlie, it's hard to sort of even make the way into the backline on the side of Team Secret. And VKS really showed in that game one that they definitely struggled trying to get into that backline multiple times, because I don't feel like Dun died once.
I believe not. Actually, the huge issue was Xuan, because with the Charlotte, he was consistently diving into the backlines, and it made life so difficult for the backline. And you could see that, prompted one to have very preemptive Blazing Brilliance, which kind of spoiled the fight for VKS.
It definitely seems that way. I mean, the little bit of taunt on the side of VKS probably had to come from the Fate Rewind of the Hino there. We saw it multiple times from Danny, but it's one of those things. It's the definition of insanity is doing the same thing but expecting different results. And Team Secret definitely felt their way around that ultimate because they were just looking for that little mark. It was like, okay, we found it. We know where he's going to go. We'll just wait here. We'll camp it. We'll camp it, guys. And towards the end of that game, we saw that that was a very effective strategy on the side of Team Secret. And yeah, Dune not dropping a single life.
Well, that was definitely a very good play coming out from Dune. And if you take a look at the itemization across BKS, the damage dealers don't exactly have the best defensive measures as well, which made Xuan that much more scarier, right? So he had the Pure Sky for the damage reduction, he had the Starbreaker, Axe of Torment, so there was a lot of armor penetration coming in. And with the fact of the Cuirass of Savagery, he was able to deal a lot more damage, complemented by that Frost Sky Embrace. So that's the reason why one felt so threatened. He had to throw the Blazing Brilliance to, even if he cannot get the kill, he wanted to push them away. So it's a difficult situation.
I think that's a key thing of the Angela pick, though, isn't it? It's kind of using Blazing Brilliance not just as a lockdown mechanic to the enemy team's team fight, but also clear out those minion waves as well, especially at detrimental times towards those higher ground turrets. And you can kind of see it with the, like you said, the itemization. The damage just was not there for the side of EKS. We saw that Elaine had more damage than the Angela, which is a little bit scary if you think about it, and then even more damage than the Lady Sun. But I suppose that's Vivo Keystars playing the hero that's pretty much on a time restraint, and if you don't have that early successful game, that Lady Sun doesn't become active as soon as you want it to. It's very much sort of like, oh, she's not live yet, she doesn't have the items that we need. And at that point, you see TS Sun with 142k damage, Kin.
Yeah, and for good reason as well, right? So right before a fight starts between Team Secret and BKS, you always notice that Sun gets out of the way and starts looking for Caesar. And once he has his eyes on Caesar, he goes in for the kill, complemented by Yuhan as well, right? So the Verdant Protector and the Wandering Beam, actually quite a devastating combination for Caesar because he could not rolling rate out.
No, yeah, you're completely right here. And let's have a look at what the gold graph does suggest this time around. And yes, we saw the first blood, and we saw that VKS was only ever to get like a sliver of gold difference in their favor. But then, as you see, the Team Secret was able to then put it into their stride. And then once it was in their stride, they did not let go of it. Just look at that. It was a steady sort of like bumpy road. And then you just go in straight from the bumpy road, trying to get up to the Mount Peak. And then we saw towards the end, it kind of teetered off with that fantastic team fight that we saw from VKS, but it just was not good enough, Ken.
Yeah, for sure. Now let's take a look at who the MVP is. There's so many players on the side of Team Secret that could be touted as the MVP. It is going to be the Arlie Sun. My goodness, what a game. 142,000 damage dealt, taking actually quite a healthy amount of damage, 59,000, but it's fine because he does have the Yaria with the Verdant Protector as well. I mean, I heard you play a lot of farm lanes. 11,000 gold. How does that sound for you, Blam?
Hey, that's a dream game. That's a dream game, baby. Having that much amount of gold, having that many kills, KDA-wise, and just having a very competent support player as well would be really nice, kid. Really nice in my ranked games. But say TS Sun, I mean, when we saw that damage graph, it was definitely a sold MVP performance from this farm lane player, because he was here, there, and everywhere, and really making some of these plays just even a potential for the side of Team Secret.
Yep, and you can see the kite away, right? They keep zoning the players of BKS out, and that's what Xuan is trying to do, and that allows a lot of room. Sun is just free hitting at this point, and Dani, no matter how tanky he is, you can't go up one-on-one against Sun.
No, you cannot, and it seems he's a slippery one. He's a slippery one, and we saw towards the beginning of the game that we thought that the Brazilian team were going to be the slippier ones this time around, but it just was not the case. They were able to get caught out, and we saw it there, like from the Charlotte, just dashing over the walls, just keeping a backline assault, a open opportunity for the team of Team Secret. And again, Hino's damage soak ability is nowhere near as good as Dune, just having that fantastic front line, but paired with the Charlotte, the aggression, the Ali, and then obviously the Lady Chen as well, is just... It's a match made in heaven with this team comp, it seems. It was a much more favorable team comp going in from the draft, I think.
Oh, for sure, because there's so many options they can take a look at, and more importantly, it buys a lot of mindshare from the side of VKS, right? There's so many things to consider, and at this point, the moment Charlotte, Mr. Xuan, is on the backline, there's nothing much you can do. Yep, I like his recovery into this game, but when you're isolated against 4 different members on the side of Team Secret, it's no secret that's a bad fight for you.
No secret at all, with no bad with bad puns intended there, Mr. Kin. But I feel like Niap probably would have shined a little bit brighter if we had something like the Liam Poe. Again, another fantastic front line. We've already seen that LGD played this already, and I feel like it's kind of like an overlooked hero because every one of these competitive players wants to be super flashy. They want to get the kills. They want to be the playmakers, but sometimes you got to take the back seat for your team to flourish, and I feel like that's what VKS's whole lineup was there. Was just there was a lot of flashy plays. The Hino was meant to be the tank, but it didn't quite come through. But unfortunately, obviously, they did lose game 1 there, Ken.
Yep, so definitely they want to look to create more opportunities in the game itself. But here we go, there's something else you can create as well. If you want to be a creator for HOK Honor of Kings, you can join us for the creation party. All you have to do is to key in HOK Creation, HOK Studios, sorry, and come and join us, and you will be rewarded for your efforts as well. Now we're looking for all types of contents, especially contents that cover Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2. So if you fancy yourself as one of the content creators that will be recognized within the scene, give it a try. Key in your code and you will be recognized by all of the different members on the side of Honor of Kings.
Yep, you support us, you give us content, we give you the tools to succeed as content creators. But here we are going back and looking at the players on the stage, and they look all pretty confident. But head to head, let's look at Sun against Seiza. So the average KDA, we're looking at 7.8 to 5.0, which is quite a margin. And then teamfight rate, again, Sun known for great macro plays up into the clash lane. We saw that he was able to take a few turrets in that game, whereas Seiza, with the Maina on, the big support picks like the Zhongfei kind of have to be within that teamfight to make use of it. Gold per minute, not a huge difference, but then hero pool, Seiza clearly having more heroes than Sun, but it's one of those. Are you a jack of all trades, a master of none, or are you a master Sun like he is on the Ali?
Well, it feels like he's putting on a mask, right? I believe most of these players do have the proficiency for a lot of the heroes, if not all of the heroes in their respective roles as well. It's just that they choose to really reveal it at this certain level for this certain stage as well. Because bear in mind, it's the Esports World Cup is coming soon, right? So you want to keep as many cards as you can as close to you as possible.
Especially with the increase of the prize pool for EWC as well. I mean, hey, I would like to win both prize pools, please. Is that an option, Blam? Can I put that one on the cards? Can I have both prize pools, please? Yeah, I mean, if you're as good enough as these teams, yeah. As if you're good enough as these teams, you may actually be able to get both of those prize pools, but they are hefty, and all these players that are currently on stage are doing their best to try and secure the next step to be even closer to getting the first prize pool of Season 2 Invitational. VKS doing a solid and banning at the Lady Shen, so finally a Lady Shen ban that seems like a lifetime ago that this ban ever was conceded.
Yeah, I think they're very comfortable playing against the Lady Sun, which is why they allowed it in Game 1 for the hands of VKS as well. It looks like that trend is going to continue, right? Early, it doesn't seem like something that Team Secret is comfortable dealing in the second game of the set. So I think it opens up a few doors for the side of VKS.
Yes, it definitely gives a little bit more room for VKS 1 at least, because when I was watching VKS 1 yesterday, it wasn't his best performance, wasn't his strongest performance, but still, it was a classic VKS. He was able to sort of claim, I believe he had a crucial kill theft at one point, and that was really sort of like changing my mind for his quarterfinals performance. But going into the semifinals, the Angelo was good, but it's just that Team Secret had a much better early game and was able to just keep that goal difference away from the side of VKS. But it looks like they're going to go try the Elaine pick again. I don't think they'll match in the Dolia once more. I'll be very shocked if they do go for the Dolia. But the Chow is on the board, and it looks like Team Secret aren't going to go for it.
I feel like that's a bait play, right? Will they actually allow it? Knowing how this composition, works. And looks like Team Secret will not take the bait. They will take up the Angela instead.
Yeah, maybe VKS was trying to get them to put into a trap, like you said, Kim, but locking in the Zhong Fei is a good pick, and especially paired onto the side of Team Secret. We've already seen how they navigate with the Dune pick. Zhong Fei is just going to have a little bit more capability, but speaking of Dune, he does make another appearance in this best of 5, but it does go over to the side of VKS paired with the Dolia. We are seeing it again with the Elaine, but maybe with the Dune, this is what they needed in game 2. What they needed in game 1 is what they are definitely focusing in game 2, is just having that strong Dune front line. But it does mean that Danny has a slower jungle.
Yeah, but I do like this draft, right? This composition from VKS. They're very tanky. They're able to deal damage over time. The longer the fight goes, the more it makes sense for VKS. Right? The only thing now is there's a potential of actually pulling Team Secret into unfavorable fights where maybe the lane is low and they want to try and get the kill. With the death at sunset, it could pull the side of Team Secret over where Dun is waiting, right? Where Dani is ready to unleash that unruly blade. We never know.
Yeah, paired with the Marco Polo, we see that it's going to be down in the bot lane with the Zhong Fei. We see Lady Sun being banned there. They do not want Seisa to pick up the Lady Sun. Arlie's been banned as well. Marco Polo has been picked up. Will we see the DRNG come through on the side of VKS this time? Because I think out of all the available marksmen right now, I feel that would pair quite nicely. Or unless they go for the Hou Yi with the double Blazing Sun Arrow, which could still be another potential across the map plays, being able to stun for a long duration depending on how far that arrow travels.
You know what? One of the considerations I have actually is the farm, right? I think Whittle Away, it could be quite potent against the likes of Team Secret, right? If Marco Polo comes in with the Fever Barrage, he can just, slide away.
He could indeed slide away. He can get away like a slippery person he is himself. But the Atta does go over to the side of Team Secret, and the DRNG does come through with the Princess Frost. So great zoning potential here for the side of VKS. One is no stranger to this pick in the mid lane, and however, it is being fleshed out onto the side of Team Secret. They're going for the Luna, but will we see VKS look for a starving Azure Golem play to counter the Luna? And just a little bit more of a remark on the Atta. Early game, he's not so hot, but late game, he is a tanky hero.
Yep, you can expect a lot of rotations coming with the Angela as well, right? The Ghost Ship coming out from the Atta will be quite potent. I think it's going to be very dangerous for the side of VKS, so they need to take good care of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there on the side of Team Secret. They have the Wave Clear of Angela, they have the Blazing Brilliance, so she can pretty much be at a very safe distance when she pops that ultimate. And when you have not much CC on the side of VKS, I mean, DRNG's got to be pretty ballsy to get in there to try and stun the Angela at a crucial time, because obviously we know that Angela has the CC immunity on that ultimate. But here we are, game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody tuning in at home to game 2 between VKS and Team Secret. Can VKS make the Malaysian Giants bleed in game 2?
Yep, they definitely need to, because at this point, I think there's a few markers we need to watch out for. Very nice wave clear, of course. The one-on-one, Xuan going against Nyap, and Nyap is not having the best time already.
Yeah, no, taking a lot of damage and not dealing. I mean, they're both left away with half health, but this is the thing with the Atta pick, is that he's able to just HP regen. That health that's missing, that little grey bar, that just gets replenished, and he doesn't have to go to any kind of fruit or healing mechanic on the map. He can just go, you know what, I'll just heal over time. Don't worry about it. I'll just keep hitting my minions, get my levels up. Don't you worry about me. But Team Secret was looking to try and take the Azure Golem there from the Dune, because obviously Zhong Fei, having a second smite on the side of Team Secret, was trying to upset the rhythm of the night on the side of VKS.
Yeah, he didn't steal it, right? Didn't manage to.
No.
No, all right. So a little bit unfortunate. At the same time, Team Secret, they do protect the jungle camps at the bottom as well. So I think it's a good recovery from Team Secret with the lead that BKS is trying to establish for themselves. But you know what? We have one more skill set that we want to, common spell we want to talk about. Blan, maybe you want to take this one.
Yeah, so Sprint, we don't see it very often. We mainly see it on, obviously, the picks like a lane when you need to get into a team fight and you need to sort of make the difference. There you go, he activates it for me. We did not re-edition this, and that was not organized as well. That first blood coming through for Team Secret. Taking down Danny. The Dune is not that heavy soaking at this point in the game, Kin. He needs to just wait before he can soak that damage.
Yep, it's not the ideal situation for VKS, and you could expect that this game is going to turn Ori for the side of VKS very quickly because they're going to be able to take a couple of things across the map, and this is going to be the jungle camps as well. You can see Loom already positioning himself ready for the next invasion coming in. Oh,
yeah,
nice
it's kind of hard to watch knowing that TS just know their timing so well that they're preparing their ganks before you even know. But Kid?
Yep, Sun will not be able to get it. Sesa looking for the final hit as well, not going to be able to. But one may change the effect. They don't know he's around. Shattered Ice could be it. Here comes Winter is here. Can they get the kill? They're still surviving. Roaming Gun with the freeze. Ooh. Purify use as well. Sun is still surviving. In this 2v3, how are they doing it? Team Secret finally falls. It is VKS. What with the double kill? And it's instantly countered. Here comes the next set of skills as well. Mena gonna be taken down. Anchor smash lands on the 2. One is caught in no man's land. Can they get the kill? The rest of the cavalry is here. Shen still chasing into the backlines. They will get the kill on 1. That's a good start for the side of Team Secret. They recover. So it's a 2 for 2 at this point.
I feel like a little bit too early of a congratulatory there by the side of VKS because we was clapping, we was like, yo, double kill coming through, and then we was like, oh no, the red team coming through from the rotation in the mid lane, and it looks like Team Secret are just going to maintain that tempo, and we could be seeing a potential fight in the mid lane and between Tyrant now that it's going to be spawning in about 12 seconds also, but here we go.
Oh, the jump. Loom gets caught, and it's going to be a kill. It's going to be 3-3 now. Finally, VKS reply.
They do reply, and I think that's probably a good pick-off going into the Tyrant and Overlord spawn because we know that these players can steal without having smite, and Angela's definitely one of those heroes that isn't able to do that from a very safe distance. Just pop that Blazing Brilliance at the late part of the Tyrant, but they are able to secure it. First Tyrant goes over to VKS Danny.
Yep, TNX, definitely going to be prioritizing the Azure Golem a little bit more. He needs the cooldown, he needs the mana regen as well. Going to try and look at the counterpart here. Actually takes the steal. TNX, what a thief.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole point of Luna, right? It's those Azure Golems. If you don't have it, you may as well just be a minion with a nice little dress and 2 blades flashing around because you don't have the cooldown that you need on the Luna when you don't have the Azure Golem. We already see that VKS are looking to try and take the Overlord, and they did. So 50-50 split in the first phase of the jungle for this game 2. How are things looking so far for yourself, Ken?
I think it's pretty even at this point, right? 5 minutes in, they will lose the T1 on the bot, but I think it should be traded out soon enough once Team Secret finds, the momentum. And I think they might be looking for a kill here. Danny may have taken a step too far. No, they will not pull the trigger just yet. Trigger discipline, here we go. They're looking for the backlines instead.
Yeah, a little bit close for call there with the very close combat brush check we saw from VKS Danny. There was no range to be used or casted into those brushes, but hey, if someone's going to sacrifice themselves, it best be Doom because he can soak that damage. Niap may be in trouble here, but there's also potential of that mid lane fight.
Yeah, the pincer, Loon going to be caught out, going to be used, forced to use the flash at this point. That's a huge common spell going to be on cooldown for the side of Team Secret. Niap, of course, being pressured by Sun, but as it stands now, I don't think they want to pull the trigger just yet. Wave Walker are going to be committed by the Arta. Xuan just looking for an opening.
Yes, I mean, again, we're seeing an assault on the Azure Golem.
Oh,
Luna,
Dani.
hello, Kin.
Yep, he's gonna be caught in the middle of 4. They want someone else. Caesar gonna be caught in the backlines as well. The freeze comes through. Can they make it 2-on-1? He's doing so much work. Nia pushes them away. This could be the turnaround for VKS, and Team Secret have to be on the run. They will get pushed away.
They'll get pushed away, but it looks like they may get the T1 turret in the Clash lane. It's the Vanguard still there. There we go. They are able to get it, but okay, hello.
1-on-1. It's gonna change into a 2-on-1 here. No death at sunset for Nia, but he will make it out safely.
Yeah, again, it seems to be the same old song and dance with loops with the Mayin in the first match of the day. It just seems to be what they keep playing the same pick. And it's not got the damage it needs, but speaking of damage, look at this double kill replay.
Yep, the timing was just nice though. The leaping Savior, he waited for that last moment to use the Shattered Ice. Beautiful gameplay, good understanding of what the opponent players are trying to go through. And at this point, right, it's once again trying to whittle down the health on the side of Team Secret, right?
It looks like that's what they're trying to do. I mean, how successful they are at doing it, it needs to be tested. It needs to be proven in these team fights. Because Team Secret currently are ahead of Gold once again, keeping it still the same kind of strategy by, just like their first seed team, LGD, they have taken that same kind of approach to these games as their, what can we say, first seed team rather than saying any sort of bias here. But it seems to be a Malaysia secret here. It's just like, yo, yeah, let's just keep the gold lead in our favor ever so slightly.
Yep, TNX going for the backlines as well. Gonna force the ultimates out. Dani is gonna be taken down with the Blazing Brilliance. Loon catches them on. All of them are caught out. It's gonna be VKS taken out. Team Secret, they clearly wipe out and have a stronger start to this game.
A very, very strong start to the game there. We saw Kin, but it's not going to quite be that 7 minutes and 40 seconds finish that we saw from LGD. I feel like that was the hopes of this game too, is to show the LGD that they can close out the games just as quick, but they are happy just to take that higher ground turret, take a few kills on the board. Not quite getting that quadra like they did in the first game, but a triple kill nonetheless.
Yep, looks like a Brazilian kryptonite, right? It's really just a macro game. I think they've done a little bit better. Right here, Lung, eyes on Lung on the right-hand side of the screen here. He actually catches the backline as well. Kills off Dani, a huge one, so no tank. And with the proc of the passive onto the jungler, 10x manages to clean up the entire team here. Will be going for a second fight. This time, 10x not looking too good. They want to jump on him as well. Death by Sunset committed, but he will make it out. Here comes the returning damage as well. Wave Walker catches on the 2 with the anchor smash. Can they get more damage? Nyap is down. This is not looking good for VKS as well. They get pushed out. They get pushed back. Can they get more kills? Team Secret gonna settle for a little bit more at this point. Just the tier 2 will be good enough.
I'm kind of seeing a little bit of a weakness here for VKS, or a little bit of a bait to take that Elaine first pick in game 2, is that Niap doesn't do as much damage as we like him to do, so if he deaths on Sunsets to the back of the lineup, like onto TNX when he gets very low but isn't able to finish up the kill, he's then met by the Zhang Fei, he's met by Marco Polo, and at that point, he's already taken quite a few blows and a few trades from TNX. Here we are, Kin.
Yep, it's not going to be too much spiciness coming out from Team Secret, right? They just want to clear the waves. At this point, you know, Sun is doing a very good job of farming, right? The Doomsday doing so much work against Dani.
Yeah, it's definitely, like you said, a Brazilian kryptonite coming through from the side of Team Secret. They both the Shadow Overlord and Tyrant are now up. Are we going to see a bit of a push here, a bit of a contest for both of these objectives? But with VKS behind, Kin, there may be some trouble here.
Yep, they will unleash the beast here. TNX going to jump onto the backlines, but he's falling a bit low. They finally get the damage down. Is this a fight for VKS? Looks like it is going to be looking good finally for the Brazilians, but they do lose out a couple of map advantage here. 10x on the backlines, chasing in. Can he get the kill? It's a double kill. He's unstoppable at this point. Team Secret have found the formula. They're going on to Dani as well. He gets a stun. He will not survive. Team Secret are just too good.
I call Musang King the king of the double kills, but it seems like TNX is the king of the triple kills in this game too, Kin. And we honestly thought the VKS was going to get a bit of a team fight that was going to be in their favor, but Team Secret just knows how to punish them. And the thing that's really punishing is the gold difference, like very early on. So unfortunately, it's just one of those things.
Yep, it's interesting, right? Because they actually controlled like Niap early game, and I think that has made the world's difference for the side of Team Secret.
Dark Tyrant has been defeated.
Yeah, it seems that way. It seems that way. There's a bit of a push here for the bot side of the map for Team Secret. However, I don't think it's going to be enough for VKS for them to come back here. They are pretty much stuck at the high ground turrets, and this is not where you want to be pinned in, Ken.
Yep, you know, at this point, it's looking a little bit dangerous. It is going to be a catch. TNX on the 3. He buys so much room for them. The stun comes in as well. The beast is unleashed. And here we go. Fever Barrage. This is looking like the end of the game. Team Secret have figured out VKS, and they will take the game, make their statement.
Yeah, BKS not looking strong going into game 3 now at a 2-0 loss. Ken, what has happened to the Brazilian Titans? They are falling victim to TNX and a lot more, it seems.
Well, I think at this point, I think they really have them figured out, right? So Team Secret, they have understood the win condition. They understood that Niap was necessary to control the backlines. And if you can't control the backlines, TNX is free to touch your own backlines. So I think Team Secret, they just one-up them in terms of the win cons.
Yeah, a lot of tickling of the backlines, and it definitely seems more of a tickling on the side of Team Secret. It is more of a brutal barrage of attacks from the Malaysian team. In both of these games, it seems like VKS have not been able to get their foot through the door. I'm not feeling this a lane pick in the Clash lane. There's so many better picks for Niap to be going on here. He's shown it time and time again. The Liampo would be a lot better for this. Yes, you can't go all the way in onto the likes of the Luna, but at least you can try and soak the damage right. At least you can try and get those crucial crowd controls with a hero like that. Because right now, they don't really have any crowd controls within their kit because they keep going for the Dolia, which seems to be like a great idea. But again, it's just it's another hero I'm just not feeling.
Yeah, if you take a look at it, they're not very tanky as well. I think that's one of the things. You know, I like the pick on Princess Frost, right? They had the expectation that we will be able to fight them on the backlines as well. Control the backlines, we should be able to melt the people in the front, right? But the moment one uses that Winter is here, you know, he doesn't have enough damage as well. Probably going for the Mask of Agony here, but didn't manage to complete it on time, so they never hit that power spike that was necessary for VKS to kind of turn the fights around as well. And if you take a look at TNX, he was just powering through. He had the Breakthrough Robe, Insatiable Tome, Ominous Premonition as well. And with the Augurs were just to make sure he was tanky enough with the Sustain.
I mean, it seemed tanky, right? I mean, he didn't drop a single death in the entire game, but that's all thanks to the dashes. What seems like the unlimited amount of dashes from the Luna, but you have to give dividends to the Atta pick as well. That was really great at setting up some great engages, and you also had something for the Zhongfei to rely on into these team fights, especially towards the late game. But as you can see there, the Atta soaked way more damage than the Zhongfei. And in terms of the damage dealt, again, not quite impressive on the side of EKS. Yes, they got the 61k, but Luna with the 78, and then Marco Polo with the 71.4k just really shows that the team comps, the draft seems to be a lot better on the side of Team Secret, and then Team Fight, it just seems to be better as well.
Yep, they had a very good understanding, right? So Sun actually was responsible for melting Dani down while TNX was going to jump on the backlines as well. And Xuan was, you know, the enabler with the C anchor that hook back into the walls itself. He always manages to catch like 2 or 3 people, and that really spoiled the composition, because at this point as Mena, right, who do you save? You have the ult, but how many people can you heal at the same time? There is only a limited range of wave breaker. That circle is only that big, right? So there wasn't much option for VKS the moment Team Secret just went into a frenzy.
Yep, and let's see what pretty picture the gold graph paints for us now, and just a very small summit, kind of looking like a peak of a huge iceberg that's at the bottom of the ocean, just peeking at the top of the water there. But only a very small glimmer go towards the side of VKS, even less than the game 1. But again, a very inverted but similar graph from game 1 for Team Secret. We see 8 towers taken to the one lonely turret on the side of VKS, and then you can see a very similar picture in the jungle.
Yep, so let's take a look at who our MVP is for this second game of the series. Yes, it's definitely going to be TNX. The unkillable ice queen here, dealing 78,000 damage, taking up to 45,000 in the process as well. But 12,000 gold ahead. KDA 7-0-5. This is the jungler that we both won on our teams in ranked games as well. Guys, we need such a player in our team.
I mean, it kind of makes you know the reasons behind VKS banning out the Luna in game 1, right? Because I mean, TNX on this one, 7-0-5, and then 78k damage, quite a lot of damage taken as well, and then 12k gold. Shoosh! Just constant gold, constant kills, no deaths, just all out aggression, and you're going to see this in the replay.
Yep, TNX, of course, rewarding himself with the first blood, and right off the bat, they were controlling Yap pretty heavily, right? And I like the fact that there was always someone responsible for catching out the backlines while they're causing chaos in the front, right? So Loom played that role really well, and you can see Xuan's job, right, is just to hang around and look for any stragglers, right? Once they get the stragglers, it will be a perfect fight for them.
It's that saying, business at the front, party at the back, and TNX was definitely having a party at the back with Brazil. It's just, honestly, just all these team fights was Niap just trying to catch out TNX, but then it was just no damage from the side of a lane. It was just no good, and I really, really hope they reconsider going for a lane into game 3, or we're just going to see the same mistakes that Lubes took with the Mayim pick over and over and over again, just really hoping it would work for them. But we've already seen it with VKS1, where in game 1 he took what was it now in game 1? It wasn't quite the best. It wasn't quite the best pick in game 1, but then he's gone back to something a little bit more of his roots, which is the Princess Frost, and I feel like he did a lot better in game 2. So I just hope Niap learns this lesson going into game 3.
Yep, we'll see. There are a lot of high expectations, both from us as well as the Brazilian fans coming out from their home country as well. So VKS will do well for themselves. They have a title to protect, and that's the winners and champions of Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1. So I think this is actually a very tough situation to be in. Having been in the spot of champions now, potentially losing out to the second seed of Malaysia.
Absolutely, but in terms of these tournaments, this one coming to an end, we have more starting. So the registration of the Open Series Split 2 starts in about 2 days' time. So the July the 8th all the way to the 19th. Make sure you log into the Honor of Kings game to sign up during this period. Form your Honor of Kings team with your comrades now and embark on a path of becoming a professional player. Abundant of prizes of in-game rewards await you. And again, you could be one of these teams on stage either next year or in the following months. So again, make sure you sign up for the Open Series Split 2.
That's right. Do remember, you are already on the way. The moment you have logged into this game, you have started the journey of potentially becoming a professional player, right? The journey is never easy. So we hope to see you. Hopefully we can get a shoutcast for you, shout your names on screen, and see your fabulous plays as well.
We can only hope, because Europe needs a lot more talent in the Honor of Kings arena, it seems. So here we are, Kin, almost at the game winning point if Team Secret do take this round. And right now, VKS, I want to see their cams. I want to see what's going on with their faces. But here is a little bit of a static picture of what seems more like a fearful face from Danny, but the average KDA between these two jungle titans is 7.2 to 4.6. The gold per minute is considerably different there, so a 40 gold difference it seems, and then damage per minute is very, very similar. Hero pool, pretty much the same. They are basically looking into the mirror at this point.
Yep, silent confidence from their photos, but at this point, I think Team Secret, they're already oozing of the potential win factor coming out from the 5 members that are representing Team Secret. Now, bear in mind, they are playing in front of a home crowd. I always believe there is a home crowd buff, right? Especially if you're playing live.
Yeah, absolutely. No longer the Azure Golem or the Crimson Golem. You have got the home ground Golem buff, it seems. And it's definitely working wonders for LGD. I mean, it's not like they needed it, but Team Secret showing that the buff is real, and VKS just need to pull something different out the bag here. And please, 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 please don't make it the Elaine again.
Yep, we'll see, right? At this point, this is danger, stranger danger for the side of Team Secret, because when a team is faced with their backs against the wall, that's when they become the strongest versions of themselves, most likely. So VKS, I'm expecting a very huge bite back in this third game of the series.
I can kind of only hope so. They go for the same Lady Gen ban first off, and then Dolia as well. So maybe we won't see the Elaine come through, because that seemed to be a little bit of a clue into what they were drafting, is when the Elaine came through and then Dolia straight afterwards. But Ali and Mai Shiranui getting banned out for the side of Team Secret, still allowing for the Chao to come through. And what a game to bring it through would be game 3, right?
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, if there's any time to pull it out, this is the time to pull it out. And Haino are going to be the first pick for this side of VKS. Looks like Dani will be trying to win the game with his favorite pick so far.
Yep, Haino, I'm not too sure how I feel into this one. It could go for one in the mid lane. Maybe this is just a little bit of a flex, a little bit of a throwaway pick for the side of VKS, but I feel like unless Team Secret pick the Chao in the mid lane, we won't get that Chao pick because of the Zhongfei and the Angela again. So another wombo combo that worked fantastically in game 2, Kin. They're going for it. They're going for the jugular.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you have positions such as Team Secrets, you want to make sure you make the killing blow, and you want it as clean as possible. So VKS, they need to figure something out. This time they will try it with the Lady Sun. I like the reach of Lady Sun's bullets, and they will pair it up with the Ming. I really love this coming out from VKS.
Learning a thing or two from LGD Gaming, it seems, and Team Secret are sick of Niap's ability on the Elaine, and so you know what? I'm going to give you a free Elaine 101 lesson here, Niap, in Game 3. So I can send you home, but I can send you home with a lesson on how to play this hero. That seems like the statement here, Kin, from Team Secret.
Yep, and I like the fact that they banned out the Guan Yu, one of the spectacular heroes that Niap has showcased across a couple of days already. And, you know, the Elaine pick makes a lot of sense because it will disregard the frontliners. He will be able to chase down the backlines of Caesar as well as Mena on the Lady Sun and Ming.
Yep, the Kaiser ban coming through as well, so Tanky Jungle go bye-bye, and then Luna and Jing are getting banned through on the side of VKS. So if they're going to play a flashy hero on the side of Team Secret, they might want to pick something soon before VKS Dani picks it, unless that Haino is already going to be Dani's go-to jungle pick. We are yet to see that because, again, mid lane is still up for grabs, or we could see that it's a real throw-up and it's a throwback over to the KPL, and that Haino goes into the clash lane. Maybe this is something the Brazilian team's been hiding out within their champion pool and within their strats. But TS Sun already looking for the Yukio Tachibana coming through on the side of TS, and this is not the first time we've not seen it. It's probably the first time within Season 2 we've seen it, but their last chance qualifier, this came out frequently.
Yep, not the first time we've seen it, but probably what a star-studded show the last time Yukio appeared on our screens recently. You know, with that final Snowfall Slash, he gets a lot of lifesteal, but more importantly, he deals a lot of damage.
Plenty of damage. I mean, hey, Team Secret, this is a bit of a copium that could flex it down to the bot lane. I mean, Zhongfei with Yukio Tachibana, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen him in the farm lane for them, but no, they're going to go for a tried and tested Marco Polo from game number 2. But Main does come through for the side of EKS, so that does flex the Haino down into the mid lane, and then we're seeing Monkey come out onto the Gorge for VKS Dani.
Yep, this is the best draft I've seen so far from VKS in this series itself. I think there's huge potential for VKS to return this around.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one, Ken. I mean, I have to be because I'm copium right now. Copium for what VKS can do into this. What was already a star-studded draft from Game 2 from Team Secret, the Zhangfei, the Marco Polo, the Angela, is now being complemented with the Yukio Tachiyabana on the TNX, who's just had a fantastic game on Luna, and then a lane on Xuan in the top lane. So again, this could be a right home for VKS, but also a lesson in the lane 101 gameplay in the Clash lane.
Oh, for sure. So, you know, we've talked about the lane. I think it's really important for the Clash lane to really win this match out. The laning phase is super important because this will affect the way the teams fight going into the mid game and probably the first neutral objective as well.
Yeah, and those things are very, very important. Both of the junglers going for their acquired Azure Golem, so already both on the opposite sides of the map, it seems. And to be honest, I can't think of a better one for Monkey anyway, and the same for Yukio Tachiyabana. Again, we're seeing the mid and the farm lane change their rotations here. So Ming going head-to-head, Ming and the Lady Sun going head-to-head against the Angela, and then we're seeing Heino go against the Marco Polo in the farm lane.
Yep, same thing. It's all about the wave clear at this point. The Scepter of Fate got to do a lot more work on the creep wave, which is why Yuhan is constantly trying to protect Sun here. They need to make sure that the farm lane does not go to waste.
Yep, Sason actually making sure or even thinking that Huon was going to be in the brush there, but these are the kind of plays that really throw off the Brazilians. They don't think that their enemy support is going to be sitting in a brush nearby. They think they're just going to be like, yeah, they've got to be by one of their lanes, right? Right? They're going to support their squishy heroes, right? They're not going to wait for me, right?
Yeah, so, you know, they would most probably be caught off guard at this point, but we will go back into the status quo on the farm lane. Support and oh, hang on, TNX looking for a kill. Can he get the stun? Will miss just slightly by a hair onto Sasa, and that's going to be a failed first play coming out, and VK has punished them with a stolen camp.
Yeah, I don't know whether that was a misclick or a actually pro play that we didn't get quite catch on there, but I'm not going to throw that play over to you there, kid. It didn't seem like that was going to be a non-starter anyway, but it seems like the Yukio Tachiyabana was going to be using that skill into the brush, because if you thought about that, that was Ming and Lady Sun bringing them back into what there was their safe distance. So Yukio Tachiyabana could have been trying to preempt a gank from that brush, it seems to me.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, let's take a look, dive into Zhang Fei here. He needs to pay attention to his madness, and once it's max, right, he needs to make sure he gets his second skill to give his teammates a shield. Leaping Savior here. Once he has that, he will be able to make full use of his ultimate, unleashing the beast here with the Unbridled Outburst. And let's take a look at the Clash lane. Xuan, for some reason, not doing too well against Nyap, and right as I say that, Lung looking for the Chaos Cinders, will not land it in time, but they still get the kill for Nyap. No, he makes it out, and Xuan might get punished here. Can he get the dive? He will not be able to be taken down from the side of VKS, but they still try. Wait, one more Scepter of Fate. Can he change his life here? He will not make the mark, and it is VKS and Team Secret just looking for the kill as Sun is trying his best. Can he get it? Resplendent Revolver will make the kill, and this is for the first time a similar story. I guess Team Secret, 2 kills, they take the lead.
Yeah, VKS losing that first blood for 2 games in a row now. They looked just like their second seed counterparts, that they were having a strong first game, and then game 2, game 3 slowly just slipped away, and it's kind of showing the same kind of fate here. I hope it's not the same kind of fate, because VKS could do a lot with his team comp, like we said in the bans and picks, but when you see plays like that, those double kills coming through are very exceptional from the side of a Team Secret. But Tyrant is now up, Ken. I feel like a lot more brawling is going to go on here, but that was a clean takedown for the Tyrant on the side of Team Secret.
Yep, you'll see the speed of Team Secret's farm being amplified pretty much, right? Because TNX on the Yukio, he's known for having huge bursts, which means he clears things much faster. And at this point, with a level advantage, oh, hang on, they're going to drop the beast down as well. Don't think they should be able to get the kill here. One going to try and move on to the backlines, but he will be pushed away. At this point, he still has the Fate Rewind, so I don't think they're going to achieve much here on the side of the Secret.
No, yeah, the rotations just aren't really amounting to anything on the side of VKS right now, which is a shame because they're definitely getting the rotations in. It's just the execution of these rotations just aren't falling through for them, which going into the 5th minute is probably not what they want to be seeing, and they are only about 1k goal behind, which isn't a lot, but this is Team Secret's secret sauce, is making your enemy team think they're not that far behind, but then when it comes to it, the realization a few minutes down the line is that they're a few k gold ahead, and then by that point, it's very hard to play to. But Monkey here, looking for a phase check in the bush. Danny's able to soak that damage.
Yeah, we need to be careful about Lung, right? Because Lung, at this point, he's gotten his Scepter of Reverberation. It's going to be quite a painful one for VKS to deal with.
Yeah, it seems that way. Seems that way. One and Danny in the mid lane, but also a bit of a double barrage going down here in the farm lane. A lot of damage already taken, but they do take the Clash lane, however. The T1 in the Clash lane does go, but here is the classic MO from VKS. They're able to answer quickly, but Kin, is this going to be the answer from Team Secret?
Nope, they will keep it even at this point, right? They don't need to commit too much. We're looking for the Heavenly Hack coming out from TNX. If he gets a stun down, it could be disastrous for the side of DKS. Look at the rotations around the map, right? A lot of control coming out from Team Secret.
I mean, it's been like this for the past 2 games, it seems anyway, for Meekin, is that their control is always on point. And, oh, a little bit of a cheeky combo coming through from the Angela there in the mid lane. But again, TS Sun just doing what he does best, get that gold up, get that gold per minute stat up as he goes into potentially the grand finals. But still, just this farm lane player is so good.
Yeah, actually that makes a huge difference, right? He forced Mena to take away the Purify. So in this moment of cooldowns, no, Mena will not be looking too much, but, you know, Sasa might be looking for one as well. 1-on-2. Xuan, can he do it? Will not be able to do it. And VKS, they make a trade. Not the best, but we go. The beast is going to be unleashed here. Yuhan going to be the protecting shield for Sun as it's a 2-on-3. In the meantime, they're looking for the wraparound TNX.
Yep, TNX is definitely on the prowl here like a predator to his prey, but nicely done by VKS to push those minion waves up to the T2 there. I honestly thought that what we were seeing was Team Secret just maybe losing a life down into the farm lane for them to open up the T1 of the mid lane, because we saw that the Vanguards was coming through, but we know the Vanguards aren't as strong as the Shadow Vanguards. But here, hey, everything's brewing here.
Yeah, the Dream Roam gonna come down. Not gonna be too effective at this point. They've just burned out 2 ultimates for nothing at this point, and it's all about the positioning from the side of Team Secret.
Positioning indeed, and it looks like that fight is probably going to come to a premature end. And oh, okay.
Yep, they will get the kill, but that's all there is to it. Maybe there is a potential for turnaround on the backlines. They will give it a try. Can they get the hit onto Nyap? The Death at Sunset going to be dropped down as well. 10x coming in from the backlines, but it's too much damage coming in from VKS. Can they get it? The swing around comes from the bubble as well. Can they get the kill on Yuhan? Yuhan spawning low. They will do it. VKS strike back.
Yes, the Brazilian do strike back, and they are going to take the T1 turret in the mid lane as well. So I think that's probably their biggest victory yet within the series. Is such a counter interaction to Team Secret's what seemed like could have been a brutal, patient just gank there in the mid lane, but VKS came through, was able to take it, but Danny does lose his Azure Golem, however.
Yep, not the ideal situation, right? TNX taking away the Zero Golem. Let's take a look at how this went down. It was a jump by Nyap, and we talked about his Mayin, right? So it's a good performance so far. I think it survived pretty much, but it's all about the team play here.
Yeah, when it comes to a team like Team Secret, it is definitely about team play rather than sort of trying to win these lanes on your own or just trying to pick them off one by one, because you know for a fact Team Secret, just like right now, they're never one by one. They are currently clustered in that brush. I mean, Kin, something's got to go down here, right, in their favor?
Depends on where Nyap is going to find them. He will jump in with the whatever, but you can see the rotation, right? They're trying to pincer them in. Yuhan going to take a little bit of damage, but it's fine. The beast is going to be dropped at this point. TNX chasing in. What are they going for? They're going for the mids. And at this point, Mena uses the longevity. Seiza is still alive, but chased down by Xuan. He will get the kill as well. Death at Sunset. The rest of them zoned away as Dani. He's trying to make things work, but there's no more damage coming in. They will tie up the kill score. It's 2-1 so far. But Team Secret, they're looking like they walk away as the winners. Not just yet. VKS, they're looking for more. Nyap and One. Can they get the kill? A rampage this time by VKS, as it looks like they're breathing the life into the game.
Oh yes, definitely getting a bit of a second wind, a bit of momentum going for the Brazilian counterpart, because even now, 10 minutes in, the goal difference is not much on the side of Team Secret right now. So I feel like this is the step and the stride in the right direction for VKS, but Shadow Overlord and Shadow Tyrant are appearing right now. I feel like there's a little bit more that VKS probably could have done if they handled that team fight a little bit better.
Yep, they need a little bit more now, right? So once Loom's Blazing Brilliance is up, it's a tough fight for them because he's able to control them with the Chaos Cinders, get the burn down as well. But as it stands now, VKS have prio over the Tyrant at this point. They're going to try and zone away Yuhan and TNX as well. TNX will not be able to enter that easily. They will give it up, and it looks like it's going to be Dani secures the Tyrant for themselves.
Yeah, much better performance here from VKS. I feel like it's because they're playing on the back foot here. They are playing it's all on the line. And already speaking all on the line, we could have saw Mayin go down, but there is okay, Kin. There is plenty going on here. The tier 2 does fall in the farm lane. First tier 2, actually no, the first tier 2 was on the side of Team Secret. They're just paying back dividends to their Malaysian counterpart.
Yep, they made the trade there, and at this point, TNX positioning is a bit scary for the side of VKS. They don't know that he's around here, right? But we'll see, right? Because at this point, One, he has done a brilliant job of just scouting out information for the team. He manages to catch like where Sun is, and so far they've made very good plays off of that. Oh, hang on, TNX actually trying to catch out Seiza, will not make the cut, and he gets shot down instead. The save comes in from Loom, but it's not over just yet. VKS, they know the opening when they see one.
They're going to watch out for the Elaine. The Elaine is on the rotate onto the back line. Mayin needs to figure out, so Niap needs to know where Xuan is to make this capable, but hey, Kin, something's happening.
Yep. It's not going to be good for the side of Team Secret. They're going to try it. They caught the backlines as well. Seiza is dead. Fever Barrage drop down as well. And it's a big win for the side of Team Secret. Finally, the map is opened up. They will be looking for more kills instead.
Yep, no, that was an unfortunate end there for Team VKS. It seems they had so much potential into that one, but it was soon negated by Team Secret. And this just shows how much of a beast this Malaysian team is, and taking down the second T2 turret in the mid lane there. This is going to get harder and harder for VKS to come back from, because now they are playing on 2 back feet, it seems. The back is literally against the wall. The higher ground turret does fall as well, Kin.
Yeah, I mean, how many walls do they need to lean on, right? We've said their backs are against the wall many times in the past 3 games thus far. And it looks like VKS, they're still trying to change their fate, right? But at this point, I'm not sure how they're going to do it.
Yeah, no, that the goal lead's now a little bit out of their lead, so almost a 2k goal difference, it seems, which has probably been the highest all game, and Team Secret have just been brewing that up for quite some time. I feel like TS Lung has been a great setup for these plays because of the CC coming through on the Angela, and obviously also the Blazing Brilliance that we alluded to onto the side of VKS won in game 1, but it just didn't quite see the light of day. No matter how bright the Blazing Brilliance was, it just didn't shine through the way it's doing, the way it's hitting right now for Team Secret.
Yeah, different class for sure at this point. Team Secret, right? That was a pretty fast Shadow Overlord as well. And as it stands now, I think it's going to be a tough game for the side of VKS because they have not dropped down the Shadow Overlord just yet.
No, just look at that goal difference between TS Sun and Seiza. When you're playing Lady Sun, a late game hero like herself, that's not where you want to be, but Kin.
Yep, Xuan on the backlines. He's going to be caught out, but the cavalry is here. He jumps in. He's going to give his life for this. Beast is unleashed. TNX lays down a little bit of damage, but Nyap is here to try and change the fate of the team as well. Can they do it? They get a double kill. Seiza changes the game for VKS. They're coming back.
Hopefully that down talk to Seiser just fueled him, but they've got to watch out for that Vanguard in the bot lane. They do not want to lose a higher ground turret at this point, especially after such a phenomenal team fight there, but it looks like it is going to be the case, unfortunately, for the side of VKS, so a little bit more pressure in that farm lane for the Brazilian team, but they do pick up the Shadow Tyrant, so again, a little bit more better effort from the side of VKS, but going into Game 3, this is where your better effort comes from, is, it seems to me, a little bit too risky for me.
Well, I know this is not the action-packed replay we're looking at, but that save by 1 to reverse the time on the tower itself could make the biggest change in the game. Right now, they're even.
Yeah, even Steven so far. They didn't lose the high ground turrets. Well, like I thought they did originally. It seems like they did. It was very, very close to comfort, but then again, hey, they know what they're doing. I'm just looking at the pretty map. I'm just looking at these pretty heroes doing these dazzling skills, but it's hard to call, kid. I don't know what's going on, but the gold has pretty much become neck and neck once again. A few hundred between both of these teams. It's all thanks to Seiser, I think, with that double kill in that last interaction.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the fact that he's able to kind of bait Xuan into an unfavorable positioning in a 1v4, 1v5 situation is really credits to him, because he's changing the game so much.
Yep, creating the pace himself, even though it's been quite a struggle of a pace for the majority of the series for the Brazilian team so far, but we're seeing that Niap's trying to do some macro plays, put a bit of pressure into the farm lane, it seems, but hey, any pushes, any minor victories will be the best thing for VKS in this, what could be the last point of the best of 5 right now.
Yeah, tournament life on the line, they will go into overkill mode for sure. So VKS, careful, gets caught out. They will be pushed back at this point. At this, Team Secret, they know what they need to do. So the moment they don't get the kill, they will back out. Right now, there's too many things at stake.
Plenty at stake, absolutely, Ken. You are not wrong. It's definitely a harder means of this going into the 17-minute mark, and potentially the Overlord. Yeah, Overlord coming up in 3 seconds. It is now alive. Is this going to be the final fight? We see Danny Face checking. Okay, Kin, okay.
Yep, he's going to jump into 4, but on the backlines, they will be pushed away by Xuan as well. Can they get the kill? Danny's falling a bit low. The Beast is going to be dropped, but TNX will be taken out. It's going to be looking horrible for the side of Team Secret. They found the chink in the armor. VKS, they take a win.
Yeah, I mean, that is an even trade for both the junglers, but on the side of Team Secret, they still have the Smite of the Jung Fei, so even if they still wanted to go for the Overlord, I feel they have plenty of things within their team comp, like Blazing Brilliance, they have the second Smite, but then they also have Death on Sunset as well, so plenty of ways to secure it, but okay.
Yep, Xuan gonna go in once again, but this time he can't take the damage. Death at Sunset gonna come in. The Cavalry's here as well. Fever Barrage Sun will be melted. Instantly delayed, and this is going to be VKS. They breathe some life. They lose the tier 3, but they're winning the team fights as well. One going to push them away. Right now, it's all about the reset. Mankey is up as well. Danny, can he make the game-changing play?
I feel like they've got to do a lot within this next 25 seconds whilst they have the Elaine off the cards, whilst they have the Marco Polo off the cards as well, because if they don't, then I feel like those 2 wins were nothing more than trying to gain a gold lead for the side of VKS, which at the end of the day, yes, it's more gold, it's more items, but you definitely want to be taking some of these jungle objectives, just like they took the Shadow Tyrant there. But we see that Team Secret's able to call back with the Shadow Overlord, looking to push this mid T2 turret. Kin, are they going to be able to take it? Yes, they are. But Yukio Tachibana is on the rotate. They've got to be careful as they are now getting pincered in by Team Secret.
Yep, he's going to try and make life a little bit more difficult on Niap, but Xuan gets caught out. Yuhan as well. This is a horrible situation if they get caught out and die here. And Yuhan right away going to be using the Leaping Savior to push away that aggression. Right now, Sun eyes on the Zero Golem. It's not looking good, but Team Secret, they're not just out at the moment.
Yep, someone's had to go back, and it looks like it's going to be Niap to try and clear that minion wave down in the bot lane, because that is looking too close to the crystal for me. I would not want to be in that situation in a ranked game where your team decide to take a team fight and then they finish you off. But okay, we are seeing a potential engage here, it seems. It looks like Team Secret are a bit hesitant though, Ken.
Yeah, they don't want to overcommit, right? Because at this point, you know, the Mayin for Nyap is not shown, but Xuan wants to make the play, goes on the back line, catches a tree as well. The beast is dropped. TNX on the front lines with the slashes as well. Can they get the kill? If they kill the Ming, it's almost over. Caesar, Mena, Danny, all down. Double kill for Yuhan and Team Secret. Once again, they've got the number. It's going to be another nice kill there. And I mean, Blam, this could be the end of the game.
It could be the end of the game, end of the series here for VKS, but if they only fought this hard in Game 2, Game 1, I feel like they will be seeing a little bit of a difference here. A little bit of an upset for Team Secret, at least within a round, but hey, there's the Vanguard.
Yep, they will try, they will jump in as well, but the base, the crystal will not survive the onslaught, so Team Secret, you will see them in the grand finals tomorrow, going up against LGD Malaysia.
Yep, unfortunate for VKS, they do fall out of the competition at the semi-finals and dethroning their crown as the Season 2 champions. There will be a new Invitational champion go through tomorrow, and it's going to be either Malaysia or Malaysia, baby. Team Secret against LGD. It's something that we thought was going to be the case towards the end, but hey, VKS gave them a shot at the end, but it wasn't a big enough shot, just like an ultimate shell, but it felt like a lesser shell. Here is the loser interview to hear from VKS.
You guys with me here? We have to give it to VKS. That was one amazing, phenomenal run, man. Can we have a bit of a chest for VKS, guys? What an emotional game just now, but personally I feel like that was what a fight. Such amazing fight again, but this marks the conclusion of VKS in the Honor of Kings Invitational 2024 Season 2, but it's not the end yet. It's another beginning for you guys, because don't forget, there's also another tournament coming up, which can be EWC. Now, come out from the side of VKS. You guys been performing phenomenally here today, but do you have anything to say for your friends, for your family, even for your girlfriend and your moms, everyone that's watching you guys here today?
Parabéns, jogaram muito bem, né? A gente queria saber se tem alguma mensagem para seus fãs, para suas namoradas ou para as mães, qualquer mensagem que tiverem para eles todos. Quem quer falar?
So I think that I can go in English, there's no problem. So I think that today we didn't show our best performance. We tried our best, but all props to Team Secret. They did excellent today, both in preparation as in game. And as you said, it's just the beginning for this lineup too. We have other appointments in the future. So a cheer to all the fans from Brazil that wake up early to cheer for us. They are super phenomenal, and to our family and friends. I think that even though we stopped here, we did our best, so I am with my mind at ease.
Hey, but it has EWC coming up very soon, so there's no break for you guys. Now, can you guys do me a favor? I want you guys to scream to the camera as well, and scream all of us together. I think you will count for us and say, EWC, we coming. Can you do that?
Vamos falar todos juntos. EWC, we coming. Pronto? 1, 2, 3. EWC,
we coming.
Okay, one more time. Give it more power. Give it more power.
1, 2, 3.
EWC, we coming.
EWC, wait it up for VKS coming up soon. They'll be in Riyadh for a bit of redemption. Maybe a bit of redemption, man. There you go. But thank you so much for VKS. We wish you all the best for the upcoming one. But we're going to invite next one. It's going to be Team Secret coming up. But before we go out for you guys, but I need another one. You need to count for me again. We have to thank all our auditors for being here. I think you guys have a lot of fans as well. So we 1, 2, 3, and we bow, okay?
1, 2, 3. Obrigado. Thank you.
VKS, guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. But for the next one, I think we're gonna have, so for VKS, thank you so much. We're gonna have Team Secret. Can I have, yes. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, for the next one, we have Team Secret, our winner from the Malaysian teams. 给你们2个麦了，哈哈。Okay, I think there's also a bit to the front. Don't be shy. It's okay. I think there's one more person we're lacking. Wow, we got extra gift today. I think. Okay, can we fit a bit more to the left? A bit more to the left. Open up. A bit more. Squeeze in. It's okay. The coach already give analysis from that game. Calm down, bro. We still have the interview coming up. It's okay, we can go for the next one. Okay, congratulations for Team Secret. Can you hear a bit cheer for Team Secret? Phenomenal run, but we can have the discussion. Okay, coach, wait for it for a bit. Now, can we have introduction for each of the player or the personnel? What is your IGN and what is your role? Because there's so many new fans here for Team Secret too. 那你们可以自己介绍自己，你们的 IGN 跟你们的what's role in Chinese again 啊？
位置
分路对。比如来说，如果你是教练员，你说也是可以讲啊。Okay, jadi korang perkenalkan diri sendiri, korang punya IGN, kau boleh dalam bahasa Melayu lah kan. IGN dan juga korang punya role dalam game. Start pada sebelah sini. IGN bagi tahu lah，可以讲出来。Okay.
Hello， 大家好。Hello， 大家好，我是玩对抗路的，我是轩，我的 IG 是 TRY041。
TRY 041 0411 ada macam announcer pula. You play as 你是
Clash Lane.
Clash Lane. Okay, next one. 你可以讲中文没关系。对。呀，你不搞到 Malaysia， tapi 你 coach 的 ，OK？ 你也是要自己讲的。
大家好，我是 Team Secret 的教练。
你叫什么？
我叫凯凯，然后来自中国。
nama dia Kai. Dia ada coach daripada negara China all the way. Okay, Sec 10X, your turn.
大家好，我叫 10X， 我是玩打野的。
你 10X jungle. Okay, next one. Okay, introduce yourself. Cuba nama.
Nama saya Chong Ken Long. Saya mid laner.
Mid laner. Stress je nampak muka mid laner ni kan. Okay.
Nama saya Ong Iso, room saya farm lane.
Farm lane juga. Okay, yang sebelah sana.
Nama saya Kan Ciong, role saya manager.
Itu dia ceria sikit. Yang hujung sekali.
Nama saya Ang Ek Yong, tempat saya supporter. Supporter tu itu kat live bang.
Okay, tapi kan saya dengar tu kejap lagi. Saya nak dengar daripada manager lah. Abang manager. Abang nak nama mic dekat abang manager boleh? Ada. Abang Melvin nama. Melvis. Dia anak pada Elvis tapi atuk lain. Melvis, macam mana keadaan tim sekarang untuk ke grand final sekarang? Diorang punya persediaan macam mana?
You mean feeling?
Yeah, feeling right now for the team.
First of all, saya sangat gembira lah. Kita punya team form like 3 bulan sahaja. Dia orang ada performa hari ini. Saya mesti proud of them. Promise me you all will keep it on.
Oh, jadi 3 bulan je. It's only been 3 months journey for the side of Team Secret, and now you're here in the grand finals. If you talked about the journey from day 1 until now, how was it, man, for you guys?
Train, eat, sleep, continue, same.
Train, eat, sleep, game, repeat. That's gamer's life for you. Jadi basically diorang punya persediaan dah 3 bulan sahaja sampai ke tahap ini di grand final. Cuba bayangkan kalau masa lebih sedikit. Last but not least, I heard somebody's birthday today. Birthday siapa ini sebenarnya, Mavis?
Support.
Kata punya birthday Yuhan.
Happy birthday.
Boleh tak saya nak dengar daripada fan cakap happy birthday Yuhan, boleh tak? Boleh? 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday.
Oh, nyanyi ke? Alamak, dia orang dah nyanyi dah. Birthday to you, Han. Happy birthday to you. I think that's it. All the fans already said happy birthday to you. Now you have to give them back for the next grand finals. And of course, that's going to be the end of the day. Almost heading into grand finals tomorrow. So stay tuned with us. We're going to toss it back to the casters to wrap things up.
Well, there you had it, Ken. The losing interview and the winner interview with Team Secret. But I think the see you at EWC from VKS really gave us everything that they needed to, or just not say or say anything at all. It was just, you could see that they were a little bit upset with the fact that they lost and how they played. Even the coach was said that they didn't quite play their best today. But hey, if you're gonna choose not to play your best, it's in that group stage, baby, not the knockout stage. But like you say, game stage jitters, a lot can go on within these 2 rounds.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So, of course, this is not the end of the road for VKS. You will see them in the Esports World Cup as well. Now, let's cover a little bit about the game here, itemization-wise. Really curious as to how Xuan was playing, because he, on hand, Destiny, Overlord's Plate Mail, Curaçao Savagery with the Spark Forged Dagger as well, and the Blazing Cake. Early game, he was surviving so well, but late game, he got melted down. Caesar, he was so painful as well. Got a couple of nice kills on the Sun, got a couple of nice kills on the Xuan as well. I think that was some hopeful response from the side of VKS.
Yeah, it was definitely. I mean, game 3 was a little bit of a late one to start that response. It would have been nice for them to just completely drastically change that into game 2, I feel, because then, like I was saying, at the end of game 3, they could have been a little bit more of a turnaround here for VKS, a little bit more hype for them going into the final round. Even if they didn't win game 2, they know that there's a little bit of a give and take going on between these 2 teams. But yeah, the last game of the series was definitely the best. A little bit of a vice versa for Loops. First game was the best, VKS last game was the best, but here are the stats. And TS Sun, man, just peaking over 100k once again. 158k on the Marco Polo, and then obviously we saw for VKS that one had really shined on this Hino pick with 140k damage. Those scepters just flying through. That clutch kill onto the lane, oh, in the clash lane, was just beautiful, Kin. Tell me about it.
Yeah, for sure. That dive, right, the Scepter of Fate, really sealing the fate of Mr. Xuan at the start of the game. And one of the things that I think One did really well was the fact that when Xuan jumps into the backline, One was that guy, the shield, the gate that everyone had to get past. But I think towards the late game, everyone just skipped that boss. Yuhan was responsible, of course, with the 121,000 damage that he tanked to allow the members like Sun to really just go in and do the damage as well. It's really hard to catch. And when you have Sun, you're pretty much focused on him, which opened the door floodgates for TNX to really just come in for the kills as well.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't TNX's cleanest game, but then again, Yukio Tachiyaban is a little bit different compared to the likes of the Luna or anything along those lines, the flashier lines, because again, you could misclick, he could go the wrong direction. He's a little bit more squishier, a little bit more easier to lock down, but you can kind of see this it was the best performance for VKS, and you can see that in the goal difference there. Even though the goal difference was ahead of themselves for towards the end of that game, they still lost. So not the quite most accurate picture from the gold graph, but well played to VKS for trying their best in that last game. But MVP, I would imagine, goes to nobody else other than TS Sun once again. Kin, fill him in.
158,000 damage dealt, his resplendent revolver shooting the bullets of death for sure. You know, taking 67,000 damage as well. This is credits to the Leaping Savior. The shield value coming out from his support was what led him to be the monster that he is at the end of the game. We will take a look at the replay of the game as well. I mean, Blam, this was actually a big wrestling match, right? Back and forth all the way.
Yep, from the top rope, from the top rope, from the top rope. It seemed like they had VKS pinned down in the early game, and it kind of looked like it was going to be a no-show for the rest of the match. But then VKS came back with some really good plays, like you saw there. One on the high note, actually played it a lot better than Danny in the jungle, I feel. Danny was just basically used as a slippery distraction of the high note, whereas VKS 1 was very aggressive with those pokes. But in the end, the positioning from Long and also just the tankiness from Zhang Fei was just ripping aside. Like you saw here, the funneling of the team fight, completely separating the Menki from the rest of his team, who's kind of like, guys, let me back here, please, and then just completely left outside and pretty much taken behind the shed and shot like a dog, unfortunately, for the side of EKS. But here we go. It was just another team fight. Not quite as clean here, but this is where we started to see the end of the fight for VKS. And then there's that death on Sunset with the Vanguards coming through, just looking to clean up the crystal. And then Blazing Brilliance just finishing off VKS 1 at the end was just superbly played. But here is the bracket, Kin, and it looks like it's a Malaysia versus Malaysia grand final, and it's being hosted in you-know-where, Malaysia. So the crowd at the offline stage need to be super hyped tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. And all Malaysian grand finals, that's what the home crowd wants to see. And, you know, very deserving of both these teams as well. They've dominated in the group stages, made quick work of their opponents in the semis as well. And goodness me, with the performance they've put in the semifinals, there's absolutely no reason why they shouldn't be in the top seed right here. So right now, tomorrow's game is really just cool to see who's the better Malaysian team to be able to represent them in the Esports World Cup.
Yep, I mean, they'll both be there, but it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top and takes the crown of the Season 2 Invitational. But here is tomorrow's schedule. So we'll be starting it off with a show match, which I'm super excited for, a little bit to break up the means of the full intensity of what this grand finals will be. You'll be seeing some very notable KPL players leading these two teams, which I'm super duper excited for. And then obviously LGD going against Team Secret as your grand finalists of the Season 2 Invitational. And again, that will be a best of 5. So hopefully not another 3-0. We'll see a lot more tit for tat with these two teams, I think, Ken.
Yep, just fighting not only for the trophy of that $100,000 as the final prize, they're also fighting for the pride of their nation. It will feel a major difference, right? With people calling you, hey, number 1 of the country versus number 2 of the country. A lot to play for. The money is the perk, but the pride is the joy.
Yep, the pride is definitely going to be one of the things that these teams have on their minds. But hey, I don't even know what's going on in LGD Pride's mind, because they definitely seem to just be stone cold killers on that stage and execute it pretty effectively. But speaking of executed things very effectively, the EWC will be taking place for Honor of Kings towards the end of this month, and all the top 8 teams are going to be going through to Riyadh to show themselves against the KPL Dream Team, and then see some other teams from the rest of the world there as well. Obviously Team Falcons will be there, and obviously we have the last chance qualifier happening after tomorrow as well. So thank you for EWC for partnershiping and sponsoring the Season 2 Invitational. It has been a fantastic stretch to get there.
Yep, for sure. And of course, our last bit of glory here comes in the form of Infinix GT 20 Pro. So we talked about the frame rate, we talked about, you know, the professional players use this, but there's one personal benefit you can benefit from, and that is the flashy lights of the RGB on the phone. Imagine getting a kill, getting an assist, getting a win, and having your phone announce it to the world. That's one of the benefits of the Infinix GT 20 Pro as well. So get your hands on it as fast as you can, because it should be running out pretty soon.
I do recommend you though, Kin, don't take it out in public. There may be a lot of red flashing and people be like, hey, I watched that Season 2 cast. I know what that means. This guy, if you approach him, he's more than likely going to smack you. So the amount of times he's died and the amount of red I've seen on the back of that phone, we'll stay away from this bull.
Well, hoping to be like a shining star, you could be part of that experience as well. If you haven't gotten your hands on the shining star just yet, it's time to open up those game UIs, take a look at Yao, press that buy button and get into the Hero's Gorge as well. He's not going to be just helping you out with the stars, he's going to be helping out with the highlights as well. Imagine getting your personal highlights in the form of circling around your opponents. That's what Yao offers you. Guys, go and get this hero if you have it.
Yes, very, very fun hero to be joining the rest of the roster onto the Gorge. Obviously, won't be joining us in Season 2 Invitational. But speaking of the hero that was before Yao, Luara, we haven't seen her in Season 2 Invitational at all. It'd be really nice towards the end of this Season 2 Invitational if we actually did get just one little match. That's my only pray now. Just the Malaysian teams be like, hey, look, we've got your Brazilian hero here, and we're going to show you how to play this hero at least once within that best of 5. I think that's all I can really hope for, Kin, going into this grand final.
Yeah, I think we will expect a lot of different things from both teams of Malaysia at the same time, right? So I'm going to be prepping myself. Likewise for you, Blam. I think we had a very fun day. It's been nice to see you join us. We'll hope to see you tomorrow as we go through the show match and the grand finals. Goodbye for now, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See ya. Take it easy.
Sweat and tears. Blood, sweat and tears. Sweat and tears. Sound of the rain.